by the way of their votes to accept that law. But the opponent of that law were not satisfied with the result of the vote, and then they raise an initiative, a petition, I mean a referendum, but, to be precise, to fight against that law. And they succeed to raise more than 100,000 voice, I mean signature of people who agree with them. And then we are going, I guess, in October to vote again on the same law, whatever, and the COVID certificate, COVID certificate application as well. That means in a dictator, on an oppressive regime, you cannot do that. You know, I mean, it's not possible. So that means we are really in a way in a direct democracy, at least in Switzerland, and even people who were like failing at a vote can, against, you know, make this decision to be challenged by the citizen a second time. I mean, this is, for me, this is not really democratic in a way, but after, it will be the majority of the citizens who decide at the end. So even despite the constraint that the virus are made in our society, we still have like our democratic rights. But freedom of speech were never like a full right of something. Freedom were always taking into account others, not only myself, you know. My freedom is just what I want to do. It's what I want to do in this umbrella of society, which include others, you know. I cannot, I don't know, park my car in the middle of the street. You know, I don't have the right to do that. It's not my freedom maybe to put some music loud at 2 o'clock in the morning and maybe waking up all my neighborhood, something like that. It's not my freedom to, I don't know, to smoke in a closed place, to not force other people to aspire my smokes, you know. I mean, freedom were always under some regulations. It's like freedom of speech is a democratic right, but no democratic right can't be used to affect human dignity. This is like a big definition in the framework in which we can put all those notions of democracy. So, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, the pandemic was not, it was not affecting really our democratic system itself. Yes, of course, it was affecting our freedom of movement, of behavior. We have to wear masks, we have to behave in a certain way, we are limited in the way we can move sometime or do things, but it's not in a reason to restrict all those things like a repressive regime will do it, you know. It's just a virus who have nothing democratic in the way of its behavior, you know, and we have to adapt to the way the virus behave, and these adaptations create some constraint. But it's not to restrict freedom; it's really to, I mean, retrieve or allow freedom as soon as possible. But the soon as possible is related to the way the virus is working. So sometimes there is a lot, in my perception, again, misunderstanding between our freedom and the virus, you know. And this is a virus which is limited our freedom, is not the government. The government, because of the virus, take decision related to this aspect of the question. So I think it's quite important to take that into account when we talk about democracy, freedom, freedom of move, freedom of speech, and everything. And what I can realize is that a lot of fear from the people related to the use of the technology at this time of at this pandemic time were based on a lack of knowledge of the way technology is working. Like in Switzerland, like I guess in Germany, people were afraid to use a contact tracing application. And there was a lot of critique of the way contact tracing application was working. It was some critiques we can really understand about the fact we were using some external features from gains like from Google and Apple about, contact tracing within a Bluetooth module. But in another way, people were afraid to be traced, and one thing those applications were not doing is to trace people. In Switzerland, the contact tracing application is really like the way you want to use it. Okay, if you get like sick, you get touched by the virus, then you receive a code. When you go to the hospital, they identify, yeah, you are like positive to the virus. Okay, they give you a code. And you are free to enter or to not enter that code in the application. It's your own responsibility. Nobody is going to check on you, if you do it or if you not. It's the same when the application is raising an alert about a proximity contact which were maybe infected, saying, oh, maybe you should be 10 day, rest 10 day because you are like a close contact to someone who were sick, or you might go to make a test. Nobody will be able to check if you respect or not this limitation or this warning, this alert, or whatever. Which is interesting with this application. Everything was resposing on your own responsibility. Technology was just there to try to give you some signal about risk mitigation, And of course, the application was not like 100% efficient because first reason, because not enough people were using it. Second reason, because the purpose of the application, the first purpose was to not interfere too much with our privacy. This is a really key point, and a key point for the future, because of the digital illiteracy of the people, even with an application which was respecting, privacy of the people, and because of this way the application was respecting privacy, it was not 100% efficient, but even those people was afraid of that application, which is like a problem because, okay, we have a pandemic today, but we don't know tomorrow and in the future year what's going to happen. And maybe technology can be a solution. I don't think technology have to make a solution for everything in our society, but sometimes with the support of the technology, with the human behavior layers on the top of it, like always, and with a good knowledge of the people about the understanding of the technology, we can maybe do something efficient, Okay, if utopian world, like if we will use contact tracing with geolocalization, access to the address book of the people and everything, we could have mapped the way the virus was propagating itself in a really efficient way. But of course, we cannot do that in our society because we are not in a utopian world. And we know like those data can be misused because we don't have like enough protection around the use of those data in terms of legal or in terms of understanding and in terms of everything almost. And the key point is the knowledge of the people, is the the way people have to be educated to understand technology, to understand data, to understand the way all those things can be used and how it can affect our society in the future. Because we are not going to go back, you know. We are going to produce more and more data. Our society is more like transforming itself on in the digital world. That means, if I take another example, I can still buy a train ticket in Switzerland, which is like a piece of paper. I just have to pay. I can pay with like normal money, you know, and I can have like a piece of paper which allowed me to travel without to give my name and without to give any information about me. But if I want to take benefit of the application, I have to give everything. I have to give everything, my localization, my name, everything for the same service, you know, for the same way to travel. If I pay with cash, I don't have to give anything with my paper ticket. If I use an application, I have to give everything about me to the train company. So this is like something we have really to think about, and how does this digital transformation create data for everything. There is no better geolocalization, GPS, than digital payment, you know. When we pay with our phone, with our credit card, with everything like that, we give the exact location with several centimeters from where we are. So, in the physical world, of course. So, yes, this is a change, and this is something we have really to think about, because there is something quite contradictory and paradoxal. In a way, people are afraid of those technology who are created to, try to mitigate the impact of this virus, and in other hand, they give everything to the GAFAM, to Facebook, to Twitter, to the smartphone. The smartphone is like collecting an amount of incredible amount of data. Each time we move the smartphone, we know if we move the smartphone in a way, in another, we create data with all the sensor inside the smartphone. There is like between 14 and 20 sensor in a smartphone. That means from the data generated by the sensor, with a big amount of data, after we can identify the behavior represented by the data, and we can anticipate, what people is doing. If I'm running, I don't know, to catch a train, after a while, my data will say, oh, it is running now, you know? Or my data will say, oh, now it's quiet, it's there, and maybe it's not the first time it goes there. Then now we know which is the place and what it's doing. You know, all these things is important, because we are just at the beginning of the process. We have at the beginning of the machine learning, of the artificial intelligence, which is not intelligence yet, but it's going to be more efficient in the future, and the data become more and more accurate. You know, it's like starting from GPS to Galileo. You know, GPS has a certain degree of precision, and Galileo improve it really deeper, you know. That means we communicate the same data, but the data itself are not the same value. The data we communicate through Galileo compared to GPS are really far more valuable and far more like intrusive than the GPS one, you know. And it's the same with all the kind of data, because more and more we get precise information. And this is not only a problem of data, because from the data we can understand the behavior. We can create a model of the way to influence people. And now I'm going to talk about a little bit more later. And what about the young people? Because sometimes we think, we listen in the media, you know, young generation are quite savvy with technology. You know, yes, they are a good consumer, but maybe they are not like good user, you know. And for myself, you know, I can only talk about my own experience, but I do a lot of teaching in the school about how to behave online, you know, how to understand the use of technology, the use of data, the economic model of data, all these kind of things. And sorry, I'm going to close the window. Voilà. All these kind of things. And security as well, information security about the phone and whatever. When they, I'm talking about the exchange of intimate content, I'm not like talking on the moral position of doing it or not doing it. I'm saying, okay, there is like several risks to lose control of your content, whatever you share it or whatever you host it on your device or on your cloud. And what I can observe, they don't use two-factor authentication. They don't use password manager. They don't use several different passwords for their account. And they don't understand the model of data. You know, they don't understand the different model of data. Okay, we are like accustomed to say, if this is free, you are the product. But this is not like as simple as that, because today when you pay, you are the product as well. If you have like a connected watch, you know, you don't have control on your data. You are forced to give access to your data to take benefit of the feature of the watch, you know, and then you pay a lot for like a device, and the one who sold you that device are making money on your data. You know, and when you try to explain that to those young generation, of course, they discover something. It's not, if you talk about the Internet of Objects, they discover something. If you talk about Siri, like how to who you talk when you talk to Siri, you know, when I ask them the question, they said, oh, we are talking to Siri. Yeah. Yeah, but who is Siri? Is a computer somewhere. It's not in your phone, you know, it's somewhere in the world. There is a computer, like a server, who are managing your request. And you are not 100% sure those requests are protected from an access. It was in the past, some people from Apple were accessing to those requests to improve artificial intelligence and speech recognition, you know. It's the same with Google, it's the same with Alexa from Amazon. I mean, it's the same at each time. Okay, in this in the presentation, the screenshot you can see. In fact, I will translate in real what you are going to make you understand something. Okay, this is like on TikTok, you know, it's a kind of, you know, those viral video, like everybody replicate, do the same and whatever. Now is what in a couple I can accept and what I can't accept. And what she's saying, she's accepting her boyfriend can have like still contact with ex-girlfriend, whatever. But the important point will be, okay, he's going in holiday with his friend without her. This is okay. The two things where he can have the password of my account, social media account, and I allowed him to go into my phone to check it out if something is there, you know? Like if she's cheating on him or whatever, you know? And this is like, I mean, how do you want to preserve, you know, end-to-end encryption when people think is meaning of trust to share password and to allow someone to spy on your phone, you know? I mean, this is a really big question because I can observe a lot of young people are like that. Sometimes they answer to me, oh, you are maybe too old, you don't understand. Yes, I understand, you know. Trust is when you don't need to know. This is like, you know, when you don't need to access, to verify, you know, things. I mean, this is the notion of trust. And those people are like, I don't know how this happened, but those people believe trust is when you open access to everything. And this is like really dangerous for the future. Because when we think about company like NSO, you know, Pegasus and other like spyware, commercial spyware for government mostly, I mean, maybe NSO is not at the root of the problem. If we take into account what those young people were saying, and then the use of tockleware, you know, by normal people, maybe we have the root of the problem, because NSO is doing the same that people is doing. So people sometimes are shocked by the way those companies like NSO are behaving, but they're ready to do the same in their couple or to spy someone else, you know? I mean, again, it's like not only education of technology, it's really like behavior related to the use of technology and what technology allow us to do. It's like it's not because we buy a knife for the kitchen, we have the right to use it to aggress someone, I mean to stab someone or whatever, you know. I mean, technology have a limit, but the limit are like a moral and human limit in the use of the technology. It's like the way or the responsibility we have to decide of what we allowed of the dual use of technology to do, you know. There is a lack of reglementation in the dual technology use, you know, dual use technology, sorry. So, I mean, this is like a fragility or like something which is a fail in a way of democratic functioning of society. Because like those people, young people are maybe going to accept the new idea of Apple, like scanning the, you know, finding hash in the phone and in the cloud, you know, especially in the cloud now, but in the phone after, with those digital fingerprint, within some images. We don't know on what will be based at digital fingerprint. Yeah, promises today, but nothing really strong for the future. And maybe this way of scanning phone will be extended. This is a big breach in end-to-end encryption, the big breach in the way we can make sure nobody can access to our data. And in a decentralized world like we are in today, this is like a big threat. But this is like, how do you say, Trojan horse, you know, using the fight against pedophilia to make this first attempt to break end-to-end encryption, you know, and to make people to accept it. I mean, a fight against pedophilia is a priority, but we have to use human resources and not to try to transfer the responsibility we have on investigation, human investigation, and to have the priority to try to protect the victim, and to like transfer all these resources on the responsibility of like some tool scanning the technology. You know, this is not going to work. But to understand that, we need knowledge again and again. Like it's quite, amazing. Like private company like NSO are more powerful than government, because government have the need to mandate those companies, to hire those companies to spy on others, which is quite, questioning in a way, because how those companies can be more efficient than government when government have the means to hire the best of, I don't know, hackers and security specialists, malware specialists, and so on. Those people who create the knowledge for those companies like NSO is not the only one. There is like 100 of those. Why government seems to not have the same knowledge within his own infrastructure. I mean, this is quite something, at least, who is questioning me in a way. But in another thing, in another end, if the spyware industry is so powerful, it's because our security is weak. You know, and the security is weak because of lack of knowledge. In Switzerland, it's not like in Germany. In Germany, people are quite, I mean, conscient or aware of the importance of privacy, and they will fight to protect their data. In Switzerland, we have like so much difficulty to have a legal framework which really protects the user and really take into account of the data, I mean, digital data. And we don't have a law which is at the level of GDPR. We will have end of 2022, maybe a law which are going to be close to the GDPR, but not at the level of the GDPR. So, I mean, why this situation is there? Because people don't understand the importance of having like a legal framework, you know? So if those companies can provide services, it's because our lack of knowledge of what that means really. I mean, they have tools who can bypass the security of government, bypass the security of everything. We do not really responsibilize a company who produce the software. There is so much like vulnerability everywhere. Vulnerability is part of the cycle of operating system, of application, of course. But I mean, today there is like a big space for those vulnerabilities to be used in a bad way, or the time they are like detected. I mean, at the basic moment where those companies create software, I'm not talking about NSO, I'm talking about normal software, like I don't know, Windows, even open source, you know. Between the time the software is created and the time the vulnerability are detected and they are fixed, there is a big amount of time, and this big amount of time allow people to exploit, you know, those vulnerability, to act with those vulnerability. I mean, all service of police are using 0 day to access to fund, you know, sometimes for a good purpose. Yes, we have to fight against organized crime, but sometimes not. How we can have like the way to verify everything? Like there is a big debate, I think in Germany, but in Switzerland as well, about the use of govware, you know, I mean, spyware from government, like NSO is providing, but to try to use it from the police in their investigation. In Germany, they really want to oppose to it, but in Switzerland, it's just accepted in a certain condition. They cannot like really spy the way people behave through the camera or things like that and the mic, but they can intercept communication. This is a way the use of those spyware, governmental spyware, is allowed in Switzerland. But we have no way to really control if during the investigation the decision to use the tool were making sense or not. If the tool were misused in certain case, you know, and we should have this ability to analyze the investigation and the use of this tool because the tool is so much powerful. And no, against because why we don't have those, I mean, those possibilities, because people don't understand. They vote for a law because they said, okay, this is for your protection, this is for your security. Which is right in a way, but human is human and technology can be misused, whatever is the position of the one who is using it. So, and this is another problem with, I mean, 0 day. It's like, I mean, state using 0 day. I'm looking, okay. State are using 0 day in the vulnerability equity process. That means like 5 eyes you know, all those countries from Anglo-Saxon side, I mean, which is together, like Australian, American, UK, and New Zealand, I guess, and I don't remember the last one. But anyway, they make an agreement in the way to make some vulnerability public or not, which mean like a WannaCry, you know, you have like I mean, intelligence service who create a tool which is an offensive tool to attack someone, and they create the tool with our money, I mean, with our tax, and that tool was stolen from them and used against us, you know, which is like quite amazing in the process. And then this way to decide to release publicly or not, like O-day vulnerability, zero-day vulnerability, is quite non-democratic, is quite non-ethic at all, you know, because we don't know if someone else discovers the same vulnerability, because it's exactly the purpose of zero-day. You believe to be the only one to have it, but maybe not. Maybe there is some other government which are using the same like O-day without to know like someone else is having it also. So which like we are all exposed for something like we have to decide, and we have to force our government to release those O-day as soon as they appear, and to make us able to try to take the measure to protect ourselves from the impact of those zero-day vulnerabilities. I mean, it's like false flag. Because media is like a good platform to release, I mean, a kind of perception. When we say, okay, Russia were attacking US, what do we know exactly about? Okay, there is a lot of security companies saying, oh, we analyze the log, we find two words in Russian, the pattern of the way the behavior in this malware is like the one we can find in a Russian group. Yeah, but it's exactly what we can do when we are on intelligence services. You know, we can reproduce a pattern of something. It's like deep fake video, you know. We can make believe it is true by manipulating the data, and we can do it with a cyber attack, you know, and it's not like really 100% sure to be able to attribute the origin of the attack to someone. And we don't know, but today is sometimes used as like a political tool of foreign regulation. That means sometimes we said, oh, we were attacking by the Russia by something, oh, we have to maybe pass some law to make us stronger, to punish those people, and, you know, or to have more budget to fight against this, and so on. Or you see, like, we need to have more like strong legal framework to act on this, you know, but sometimes it could be true, but sometimes not. And what makes the difference is our, like, the question we are going to ask. And we cannot ask question if you don't understand the topic, you know. And this is one of other problem. And today, on the top of that, you know, is like a cherry on the cake. It's like almost 50 countries have specialized unit for information operation or psychological operation through social media, through digital world, you know. So we provide so much data which give really good understanding of our behavior, what make us to react, what is emotional for us, you know, what we accept, what we don't, you know, what is shocking us, what is not, that they can act on our opinion. Okay, none of those services, I mean, army branch, supposed to act nationally. But I have no idea. I'm not like making a plot of something, you know. I just said I don't know. when I say I don't know, doesn't mean something is made by those military branch on their national population. I have no idea, and I hope not. I prefer to believe this is not the case. But for sure, we use it externally to influence opinion about what's going on, in the conflict, in the way we have to take position in the conflict. If we want to send troops, okay, we are going to create the psychological environment which will be positive to make the people think, oh, it's a good way to send that troops somewhere, It's like, so again, it's not like the fault of the technology. We are missing of critical distance, and this is a main thing in this actual time, because we see with all the disinformation about vaccine, about everything, science, which is spread through social media, why those disinformation can be so easy to spread, because people doesn't have the skill to take some distance from those information to try to understand, something about what they share before to click on share, So, there is like a really big lack of education against at this level as well, Yeah. So, how we can find an opponent who sometimes know us better than ourselves, So, knowledge and those notion of digital literacy is so much important, because it's what we need to bring light on those people, working in the shadow of our democracy, and sometimes betraying our democracy in the way we understand it and we were deciding for it, and this is just not only technology. It's like when we accuse algorithm of making people to behave in a way. No, at the basic, people have some perception. They have some cognitive bias, and they have some beliefs. And then, of course, technology allows them to be together with people thinking the same. So they become in a bubble. That bubble at the origin is the way they think. So we have to try to make that aspect less damageable for our society, for other people. And the only way to do it is really to improve digital skills. This is why, and I back to the title, it is why democracy today is like, or preserving the democracy will be only possible in our digital society by improving globally our digital skill, our digital citizenship in the world, and this is like a key point of our society. Okay, thank you very much to have taken the time to listen to me. And if you want to exchange on it, I will be happy. Thanks.
Thank you, Stefano. I have a question. What do you think are the first steps now to bring light to the people with digital illiteracy?
The first step will be in the school. We because it's something which is like amazing in a way. We know this is like 30 years the web exists, almost, and then people don't know how to read a URL today. Still, even journalists. And reading a URL is just like reading a book, but for digital aspect, it's a path to an information. It's nothing else. It's not like only a technical things. No, it's to understand the path to the information. Today we have to start with the school. But when I said today, it's like, we have in the 21st century. And in Switzerland, okay, they release like a program for like digital literacy in the school with, okay, media literacy, data literacy, and I mean, kind of digital literacy as well in the world and digital citizenship. But we are really late, and those programs is not like a big decision. It's not like a Marshall Plan of education. It's like, oh, we have to try to provide this knowledge. So I'm teaching a teacher, you know, and so those teachers are like telling to me, but we don't know if we will have the time to teach other teacher, you know, because the one I teach is a teacher who is supposed to teach other teacher about digital literacy. But he said, okay, some people, some teachers don't want to be teach, you know, they don't want to learn. Some other like maybe won't have time. And they have to, I mean, to transmit those knowledge to the student. You see, I mean, the first step will be to be conscious of that. But the problem is like our politics, the one who take decision for education, for everything, maybe don't have even the skill to understand how the problem is deep and important first. I don't know if I answer to your question. Which is
perfect. Yeah, that's the most important thing I wanted to hear. That we have to start in schools. Yeah, it's more important than ever now. We see the dangers of digital illiteracy. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, it's like for the food, you know. If you eat something which is really good, but you don't know what is inside, you know, and suddenly you learn there is things you can get cancer from, you know.
Mm.
And today we are the same with digital world. There is a lot of things we have to use. We use tool and everything, but we don't know what could be the impact because we were not taught to have this awareness.
Yeah, what is the next step? We have the children in schools. That's not so at the moment. It's not so dangerous when people are digital illiterate, but they are in positions they can do some harm to other people. I see it in some in the German Bundestag, for example, or in the EU. What can we do to make the digital literacy there more common?
I mean, we can create digital literacy program. It's a good time because more people are like, trained to access to online content. Due to the lockdown, we were almost all forced to work online. So maybe at least at the minimum, we have to create a really good module of knowledge about all those literacy we have to learn, you know, and we can start to do it by, you know, provide things online and in the same time with the school and with a legal framework, because we have to have a strong legal framework. You know, I mean, privacy evangelists think GDPR is not enough or is not efficient enough. Yeah, I agree. But GDPR is a good basis, you know. We can make that basis evolve, you know, and to be more and more strong, because it's really a big thing. And it was really need a lot of time to be implemented in our society. But now, you know, more and more like a small structure become fine by like a privacy officer around Europe. And then, I mean, maybe in 1 or 2 years, we can improve again GDPR and restrict the access of data and give more power to the people to decide. You know, I have like this watch, like a Garmin watch, but I'm not wearing it most of the time because I'm upset about the fact I cannot decide to who can access to my data. I will allow the access to my data to, I don't know, medical research. If like it's like fundamental research, we mean it's not like for like economic purpose. Yeah, you know, you can access to all my data, no problem. But if you are a company who want to make money on my data, I do not agree. You know, I want to know who is going to use my data. If this is an insurance, I maybe not agree because it may be going to have like a boomerang effect at a moment to another. This is all the things we have to educate the people on the right, on the economic model, saying, okay, when it's free, okay, you are not for sale the product, because if you took into account Wikipedia, Signal, application, you know, okay, this is free, but we are not the product. They are like taking care of data. The Wikimedia model is based on contribution. Okay, if you consume the content of Wikipedia, you're supposed to contribute to pay back, or you can make a donation. You don't have like a minimum donation. If you don't have money, you can make like a few francs of donation, few euro of donation, you know? I mean, and we don't teach those models to the people in the school at different levels of the society. And this is the kind of knowledge people have to make decision. It's like, okay, open source is a good thing, you know, but if it's well managed and people have to understand what is the difference exactly between like commercial software and open source software, what open source will request. It requests more involvement, it requests more contribution, more like collective intelligence on the knowledge of what the software is going to do. You know, all these kind of things. So that means there is a political step, of course, providing the good knowledge, I mean, access to the knowledge, at least. There is like a legal framework to reinforce our ability to manage our data in a more efficient way than today. And there is like school, because when we teach kids, kids can teach their parents, you know. So this is a really, really strategic aspect of the question.
Thank you for that. Yeah. Any other questions from other people here? I only see what sort of, I only ask you the questions I received here, but other questions. Okay. Then, thank you very much for this very, very mind-blowing speech, and thank you for that.
Thank you
After
to you.
that, yeah, you can find this event or this speech later on this platform, and then everything will, when you can't reach this time here, you can see it afterward. Yeah, thank you, Stefano.
Thank you.
You are now unmuted. You are now muted.
Manouchehr Samsrezi is among the most publicly prominent voices of Germany's younger generation, Washington Post, and everywhere where the improvement of political conditions still has considerable scope, Republika. He's a co-founder of the Humboldt University zu Berlin's GameLab.Berlin and a co-founder of the Yunus Center for Social Businesses and Values at Leuphana University Lüneburg, a collaboration with Nobel Peace Prize laureate Professor Muhammad Yunus, which he has initiated. Former Ariane de Rothschild Fellow of Innovative Social Entrepreneurship at the University of Cambridge and Global Justice Fellow at Yale University, a Fellow of the German Council on Foreign Relations, and was honored as a Fellow of the Royal Society of Arts, a Leader of Tomorrow of the University of St. Gallen, and a Global Shaper of the World Economic Forum. Primarily background in political philosophy, holding a Master of Public Policy. Gaming as an arena of foreign and security policy. In his sessions, Manouchehr Samsrezi, which is co-founder of the GameLab.Berlin at Humboldt University's Cluster of Excellence, Fellow of the German Council on Foreign Relations and advisor to the Federal Foreign Office, will argue that gaming indeed is one of the most important and certainly in Germany one of the most overlooked battlegrounds in all three spheres of international relations. Thus, an urgent matter for the German foreign and security policy community to react to, for which Manouchehr Samsrezi will suggest recommendations for potential actions.
Good morning and greetings from Hamburg. I hope you can hear and see me. I would love to have some short note if that works.
You are now
Meanwhile, okay,
You
cool.
are now
So,
muted.
okay, perfect. So, good morning. There would be a bunch of
You are now unmuted. You are now muted.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
You are now unmuted.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. This should be a stable connection. It usually is. Okay. Good morning. Greetings, and let me maybe point out that I'm still confused on how long that quote on being a young person still counts, and I'm now in my mid-30s, so but that quote still goes around. But I don't know if it still applies. Okay, anyway, I'll try to keep this short because I honestly believe that this is something many people are already aware of in the audience of this conference, but still something that in general I have been doing work on for a few years now, because I believe that the general security and foreign policy community desperately need to look into this more. I'll guide you through this idea of this gaming really is something we need to take into consideration along the main core themes of the German Council on Foreign Relations, of which I am a junior fellow at the moment, to try to make it as connected to the classical issues of foreign and security policy. Some of you, of course, are very aware of, and for whom it is the framework of their daily life. Let's start with technology and the digital transformation, so to say. Why does gaming impact this aspect of international relations? Well, this might be the easiest one, of course, to look into. You can, and we all need to think of gaming as a resource for not only, but also technological progress. We could go into detail on this point a lot, but I just brought some highlights, so to say, to make this point one that can easily be followed.
There's a reason why the quantum computing team at IBM is in lots of exchange of ideas with the gaming community, and why it is trying to develop parts of the technologies in a gaming setting to test it. There are reasons why, and we'll come back to that, narrow AI, which has played a role in the gaming world for much longer than maybe in other industries, is something that the AI research community is looking into as well. Now, you might have been aware or noticed the famous e-sport interventions of the OpenAI Foundation. As I said, we'll come back to that at a later point. And there's also correlations and relationships and interdependencies between the gaming world, so to say, and the blockchain. So these are three examples that I brought and wanted to present, because each of this itself, blockchain, narrow AI, and quantum computing, these are all technologies. If you talk about this to people from the classical foreign policy or security policy community, they are very well aware of the policy impact these technologies have, but we are lacking at the moment, that's one of my main points, the gap of seeing that the way you handle gaming as an industry, as a research field, as a community, has a direct impact on how your ecosystem, how your country, so to say, it does deliver on these technologies. So while the technologies itself are not debated anymore in the impact on international relations of all kind, it is still for many new fields to see that if they support gaming, if they look at gaming, they automatically look at these technologies as well. The second one, and as I said, this is a very broad overview so that we can go into deep dive discussions as soon as possible. The second would be what in German is called Wettbewerb der Narrative. In the Anglo-Saxon world, this has been discussed for many, many years, primarily under the concept of soft power introduced by Joseph Ney and further developed by many, many other scholars and practitioners. So think of this. By 2023, we expect 3 billion people all around the world to play video games. Now, of course, video games in this, when you look at this number, would need to be defined in the most broad sense, and it would include a AAA title with hundreds of millions of budget, produced in a global collaboration setting, as well as little short mobile games developed by a single individual or a small studio. But still, 3 billion people that are impacted through gaming. Gaming by now has become, depending on how you want to measure it, one of the, if not the most used cultural technique and cultural medium of our time. And it has been used, or the impact, the potential impact that comes with this has been used and is being used by many different stakeholders. I brought 3 examples. One that we will discuss at a later point as well, because it's has been one of the very first approaches to use gaming in such a way, but also because it's one of the most urgent ones, I believe, for the European and German foreign and security community to look at, is China. China has been working on video games that have the potential to be seen as an active way of soft power by transporting political narratives and so on for many years. There is a game that goes back, I believe, for more than 15-16 years, anti-Japan war online, which specifically was designed by the youth organization, or in collaboration with the youth organization of the Communist Party, to teach about the wrongdoings and to show the evilness of Japanese culture and Japanese people to the Chinese youth. It was not even tried at that point. We're talking many years ago, as I've said, to make this a hidden agenda. Nowadays, that is different. It is much more soft, so to say, in the understanding of soft power. But as I said, we'll come back to China. I brought two other examples for two reasons. One, to show the positive impact as well, and second, to make sure that everyone can see that this is not a issue happening outside of the liberal Western countries only, as it sometimes is pointed out. So if you look on the upper right side of the slide, you see the picture from the game, The Division, the last one of the series, The Division 2. The Division is a good example for how gaming as a soft power can function, and why it is something to look at. Also, or even especially, in Western liberal democracies. The storyline of The Division 2 is built up on real scenario planning by the US federal government from the year 2001. And keep in mind that this game has been published in 2019, I believe. And listen to this summary, and we can then discuss how this, so to say, make you feel as experts in security policy. There is a pandemic in the United States as a result of a bioterroristic attack. This pandemic leads to a lot of internal issues of the government. The basic rights of citizens are taken away as a part of the strategy to cope with this pandemic, and parts of the government are part of a conspiracy, so to say, using this pandemic to take away rights from US citizens, which is why you as an elite soldier fighting for the government at some point need to turn, and you're fighting the government instead, because they are the real enemy, collaborating with the bioterrorists and using this whole pandemic situation and the security chaos that comes with it to broaden the power. Now, we're talking about 2019. Millions of Americans have played this game, and I'm not making the statement that this has that the pictures we've seen and what happened at the U.S. Capitol earlier this year is a direct outcome of this. But just as Hollywood movies, just as radio features, just as books, just as Netflix, we know that these cultural mediums are impacting the political view of young people, and not only young people. The same, and some scholars argue even more so, applies to games, because they're interactive, because they're really good at making you feel empathic for the protagonist's view on a situation. The difference, so, and we'll come back to that at a later point, between Hollywood, Netflix, books, and so on in the world of gaming is that these more conservative cultural mediums, so to say, have over time developed frameworks in which they critically can discuss political statements and narratives. if something is politically claimed, like for example, there's a government in power that is using a pandemic to fight its own citizens, and that is part of a huge military, industrial, political conspiracy. If this idea would come up in a Hollywood movie or in a Netflix series, we would see discussions about this in the traditional media and online. When it happens in games, we are not there yet. And the industries, to a certain point, up until today, tries to not even be part of this conversation. For example, Ubisoft, the company, the publisher of the Division 2, for nearly 2 years, pointed out that there is no political story, no political position, no political narrative at all in this game, which is a ridiculous statement to make if you want to follow Eugen Pfister, a historian extensively working on policy impact of games in Austria. You could say that there are no games without a political narrative. We're just not debating it. I've said there is also, of course, a positive side to this. I don't want to focus on the risks only, but as discussed, I believe the risks are what we should look at in the first place. You see a publication by the UNESCO, more specific, the Mahatma Gandhi Institute of the UNESCO, that intensively looked at how gaming can be used in supporting peace education. I can only recommend to have a look at that. All the things that I've just mentioned that are also part of a risk in this setting also have the power to be part of reconciliation, be part of understanding a different perspective, be part of fighting otherness and cultural conflicts. This at least is what the UNESCO believes, and I believe they are right in doing so. There are many NGOs and also partly governments worldwide that are using games in this setting. For example, also the International Red Cross Committee has a gaming strategy which is quite cool and can be seen as an example on how to spread values that we believe are part of a free and liberal society. Another example, I've told you that we would come back to China, is that Tencent, which I believe all of you are aware of, one of the leading Chinese tech companies, has and continues to do so, buying shares of gaming studios kind of all around the world. This includes the United States, it includes Canada, it includes the European Union, and it also includes Germany, and continues to grow in Germany as well. We are once again talking about 2019, which, as you might remember, was not a time in recent political history where you would expect a lot of bipartisanship initiatives in the U.S. Congress. Still, when a gamer is an e-sport athlete, so to say, was banned from participating in a tournament of a game published by Activision Blizzard, a Californian company, because he was shouting out support for the democracy protests in Hong Kong. There was a bipartisan initiative by the Congress. I wrote down the name down there. It's really crazy if you think someone like Marco Rubio and Mrs. Ocasio-Cortez collaborating on such a thing. But it shows how important it seems to be for lawmakers in the states what happened was that this person was banned, and it is a very good example to discuss. Is this political, strategical move in an age of digital soft power to buy shares in gaming studios, buy shares in gaming publishers, which, as we've just heard, reach out to many of you citizens, and then step after step impacting these companies' policies. In, for example, not giving an audience to a free Hong Kong statement. This is also an excellent example for why I and many others believe that we have not reached the capacity and the point in the debate in the foreign and security policy communities, including the one in Germany, where we should be. Because if this would have happened to someone in the world of sports, if this would have happened to a book author, if this would have happened to a musician, to be banned through direct or indirect influence of a foreign country, and to not be able to work in your profession anymore because of a political statement, this would have once again been a huge discussion. We would have seen this as a huge debate in sport diplomacy, as we are witnessing right now with Belarus and the Olympic Games. But because this happened in games, there was no real reaction from most parts of the security and policy communities, but gaming reaches to so many more people than by now books and Hollywood and music and all these mediums, depending once again how you measure it, combined. Next, going into more defense aspects of security policy. Here I want to connect what we're going to talk about to the gaming is pushing technologies like no other industry aspect that I have introduced earlier. There is a study by the UK Ministry of Defense, or more to be specific, of the think tank of this ministry from 2018. And it's I brought this example. There are many more, because in this study, in this report to the government, the experts of the UK military point out that by 2020, now you can discuss, this was pre-pandemic, right? Maybe it was it happened earlier, maybe it takes a longer time, but it was pointed out that in a very short period of time, the amount of players political players able to develop and use offensive cyber capacity will grow immensely, because strategic games like StarCraft 2 or many others, just to name a famous example, allow for access to highly developed narrow AI agents at the cost of nothing. At the cost of below 100 euros, you can suddenly get access to machine learning mechanisms, AI agents, and so on, which would be much more difficult to gain access to before the era of gaming, so to say. And once again, this means that's the summary of this report, that there might be much more both states and even more interesting for us non-state actors out there who now have the capacity to build offensive cyber attack capacities, because they can build up on what games, specifically strategic games and war games, are offering them as already highly trained and developed AI agents. I brought you a recent example from Germany. I'm sorry for the language barrier here. I'll try to translate this as good as possible. This is an example. This happened a few weeks ago, mid of July, and I brought this for a number of reasons. One, to show that Bild is not a source in the academic discourse, as you can imagine, neither in the think tank world, of course, but it's even more interesting because it shows that the questions of how does gaming and foreign and security policy, how interdependent are they, how does the one impact the other, already has become part of a very public debate. And I also brought this example because once again Tencent is in the center of this. In this case, on the right side you see a reaction by Henning Otte, a member of the German parliament and a defense policy spokesman of the ruling party's group in the Bundestag, that an investment by Tencent in a German gaming company that has developed technologies which could also in a dual use sense be used by for military reasons, might in a way be part of the sphere of security interests of Germany, that the government might need to forbid this investment to happen. This is a very progressive statement. Many of us have been to be honest, quite happy to read something like this, because it's the first step in building up the capacity to monitor what's happening in the world of gaming. I can tell you this, it is very difficult to imagine a non-dual use gaming-related technology. So this is something what we saw a few weeks ago that would need to happen much broader and in a much more active way, I believe. Let's talk about geoeconomics, which is of course also part of international relations. You might it might come as a news, but yet not as a surprise to you that CD Projekt, one of the leading gaming publishers and game development studios worldwide, has been Poland's most valued company for some time in the last year. So this is a whole industry there. Down you see the Fortnite, a very famous and broadly played game, wants to host a film festival with a potential audience of 350 million. Already many million people are listening to music concerts in games. So I brought you this to say we are also in the midst of geo-economical aspects of gaming. If you keep in mind that a strong gaming industry means a lot of people that can be trained and become proficient and good in developing narrow AI technologies like virtual reality and blended reality and augmented reality, technologies like cloud computing, of which cloud gaming is one of the strongest drivers, so to say, but even quantum computing, as discussed earlier. Then a strong gaming industry means that you have a lot of know-how and a lot of talents that will also impact other industries. And we see that already, as I've said, I brought this as an example because, of course, the entertainment industry is very close to the gaming industry. So this makes sense that there is some transmedial impact, but also we see gaming impacting all other kinds of industry, shipping industry, healthcare industry, defense industry. And that means we're in the midst of a geo-economical, I'm not saying war, but conflict also. In France, gaming has been classified as an industry that has this kind of impact. So this strongly supported. In Germany, we are one of the world's leading countries in which games are played, but we're really bad as an ecosystem in which games are developed. This means that if you see a statistic like this, 20 million Germans can imagine, this is from earlier this year, to join a concert in a game. This is just to prove the point that I believe there are good reasons for us to support the gaming industry and to build an ecosystem that allows us to not only play games but also develop them. I'm trying to wrap it up a bit. Now we had diplomacy, we had security. There's of course the third pillar of international relations that is discussed as Auswärtige Kultur- und Bildungspolitik, foreign cultural policy. And on this, it might be interesting to see that even at that time, Foreign Ministry Steinmeier joined a workshop on video games as a foreign culture perspective. And last year, Heiko Maas, particularly, so to say, as a result of the work of the Auswärtige Amt, the Federal Foreign Office, with us as Humboldt University's Game Lab Berlin and many others, has even decided to open the world's largest gaming congress to discuss the Gamescom in Cologne, to discuss political communications and the impact that games can have. The Federal Foreign Office also financed a short game called Pathways. I can only suggest to you to have a look at it. If this would be Chatham House, we could discuss about this much more in detail. If you're interested in that, reach out. Some aspects of these games are cool, others not. This has also been a game the Foreign Office co-developed with the University of Wuppertal, Fabian Hemmert, a highly distinguished colleague interested in this field. The general takeaway from this gaming and cultural and foreign culture policy, though, is I am not as too strong of a believer of serious games. That is a very German approach, unfortunately. The opposite or alternative, so to say, to a serious game, which is more or less defined as a game that has been developed for the single and specific reason to have a serious impact in a field like public diplomacy or healthcare or sustainability communication, whatever. The alternative to that is where the discourse in the States has been focusing on for many years now, since at President Obama's White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, there was even an academic advisory board on games for impact. It is what in the States is called games for impact or gaming for impact. The key elements that differ towards serious game is that the game for impact approach includes taking a game that is out there, that has millions of players or audience watching, and developing a policy application or a policy or a framework to discuss policy implications around that game, instead of only developing your own games, which to be honest never can end up having the same amount of players, not even having the same amount of resources in the development or the necessary interdisciplinarity that a huge gaming studio has. So I believe we need, when it comes to public diplomacy and foreign cultural education policy, we need to look at the games that are out there that are sending political narratives and messages to millions of people, instead of only developing our own games. 3 takeaways. Once again, I'm sorry, this is in German. These are recent publications for which I a bit wanted to also make you aware of, if you're interested to get into this discussion from our perspective as Game Lab Berlin of Humboldt into more detail. What is it that we should do? I was already talking about the point in the middle. We need to build frameworks. We need to be where the communication about games happens, and where the gamers meet to discuss what they have experienced, the same way that foreign cultural policy communities interact with book fairs and Netflix series events, and that are the AAA blockbuster games, not the serious games. The point on the left is a more general one. We need to be able to monitor what is happening in gaming. We need to much faster, or even at all, become aware of a soft power incident or soft power trends that are emerging in the world of gaming. That is not happening at the moment. I don't really care, to be honest, if this is the Federal Foreign Office that comes up with such a entity to do this kind of monitoring, or if it's the Pirate Party, or if it's the Munich Security Conference, or any of the political foundations or university. But we need an entity that is aware of both international relations and the world of gaming, to do the monitoring and build capacities so that we have a chance to react at all. And for this, maybe we also need, this is now more about the education aspect, we need something that we call and describe as extended gaming literacy, by which we mean gaming literacy is already something that is taught at universities, and for which you can book courses in continuing education. This is about how does a game function, what kind of game mechanics lead to what result, and so on. But extended game literacy really, for us, means that you are not only aware of how a game is designed, but also how does it interact with the technologies we've been discussing, and what is happening in the broader field of international relations, in which these games tend to have an impact. So all this combined is what we call extended gaming literacy, and that is something that needs to be developed and then also become part of the education of the next generation of analysts and decision makers in security and foreign policy. I'm happy to share all these publications with you, and as we do this because we love it and we believe this is of huge importance. If there's any questions now, I'm happy to discuss or discuss them at a later point. We can easily be reached via Game Lab or our recently founded group for gaming international relations, also part of Humboldt University. Or you can reach me in my function as a fellow of the DGAP, of course, where my fellowship focuses on gaming and international relations. Yeah, I think that's it, Alex. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you very much for this very interesting talk. I have a question about some aspect. The main thing what you think is that we have to be more aware about the multidimensional aspects of gaming. That's not so at the moment. What do you think that's changing, and do you think it's in what areas we have to educate people to make this change happen?
I think that's an incredibly important aspect, but it might turn out to be much less complicated than one might think in the first place. Because I believe it is changing. I mean, we are sitting here discussing this. The Honorable German Council on Foreign Relations decided to allow a fellowship focusing on this, and the Federal Foreign Office is working on this issue. So it is changing. For me, it was quite interesting that one of our first recommendations to the Federal Foreign Office we came up with as a group after many discussions with many experts in theory and practice was something that I wholeheartedly want to give out as a recommendation to anybody interested in this field. If you're part of a large organization, send out an email, or if you're progressive enough, write on your Discord server or use anything in between to all your staff, asking who is a gamer. Because if you keep in mind 3 billion people could be counted as gamers, the probability of having game organization, no matter how conservative it might be, is pretty high. Now, if you have gamers in the organization, this is what happened in the Federal Foreign Office, you have people that are aware both of what a game is and how it works, and how the gaming culture and the gaming communities interact, and the mission and the vision and the interests of your organization. So one concrete step, I believe, would always be to look out for gamers in your own organization, long before reaching out to external experts, talking to agencies that will that want to advise you on anything. The probability of you having gamers that have expertise in both worlds in your own organization is pretty high. So reaching out to those people, I think, would be the first step. And if many players do this, starting next Monday, we would, Alex, have a much higher awareness of these issues internally in many players in the foreign and security policy sphere, and that this would be how it could change, how it could become more of an awareness. Have a gaming, give someone the title of, I don't know, internal expert, invite her or him to join meetings and given is there anything happened in the gaming world input. I think it's as easy as this for the beginning.
Thank you for that answer. I have another question to you. You mentioned the ecosystem, yeah? We have you mentioned that we have not really an ecosystem in Germany, but we have some interests in France, or you mentioned Poland. What we have to do on several layers, on the European layer or on the local or layer of the countries in the European Union to bring it, to make it more interesting for the government to help there.
I think it's less of an European issue and more of a Bundesrepublikanisch, so it's more of a German issue, so to say, because as you can see, it works quite well in Poland. It works very well in France. And I want to be honest, the discussion already started in Germany as well. A few weeks ago, the Federal Ministry for Transportation and Digital Infrastructure, which in the federal government at the moment, at least, is in charge of the whole gaming topic, or it is leading the leading agency, so to say. Of course, it's an issue that nearly all agencies should look at. Published something like a national gaming strategy, which is pretty worthwhile to look at. You can imagine in the experts workshops we had towards this with the ministry and others, that was highly complex and interdisciplinary issue, because as we've seen, I hope through the short presentation and the spotlights that I tried to present, gaming is a very broad issue, right? If your main interest is in gaming and as as a tool in healthcare. We have a social entrepreneurial spin-off working in that field. Then the issues, the policy issues you are working on and you need to discuss are quite different from foreign and security policy. If you're looking at gaming mainly as an economic industry, then the questions might or even the interests might differ from security and policy interests, as we've seen with the Tencent Crytek example from mid-July that I brought. We have that gaming strategy. I think one way would be to comment on that, but the other, what I've said about internet, what I said about organizations having gamers in their own team, so to say, but not identifying and asking them as gamers. That also applies to political parties, to think tanks, and to foundations, and I believe that is once again something of which a network could happen, and maybe we need such a network to connect all these different stakeholders, so to say.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I see it quite similar than you, and yeah, I'm very happy to have you here, and yeah,
very happy to be here. I'm quite honored.
yeah, it's yeah, there are some questions if it's be recorded, and afterwards you can see that. Yes, that's on the website, like the other talks of the past years. Yeah, and I hope we will bring light to people who don't see gaming as a such a big thing than we both think it is. Yeah.
Maybe the most joyful thing in foreign and security policy to look at as well.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you for that. And yeah, now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good conference.
Thank you for that.
You are now unmuted.
Bye.
Now I make a short coffee break, and we're going forward at 12:10. That's 10 after noon.
You are now muted. You are now unmuted. You are now muted.
Bildschirm 3. Dann machen wir es hier hin.
We will be having a lunch break now.
So. So. Hat eine Ziele. Jetzt kommt die Webseite. one of these speakers. Ja, das könnte man machen. Intro als erstes.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome back! Enno Lenze is a blogger, journalist and managing partner of the publisher Berlin Story. Born in Bochum, he grew up in Rwanda and later made himself again and again a picture of crisis regions. Lenze is also familiar with digital topics and advised companies in IT and marketing matters in an international consulting firm. Rockets on Israel, Iran's contribution to the Hamas work. The Israeli army's fight against terrorist organizations such as Hamas and Hezbollah is often seen as an unequal battle, as the Israeli army has the modern and larger arsenal of weapons. But it is not that simple, because terrorists do not have to abide by any rules. Nevertheless, Hamas regularly managed to win the PR war and portray the Israeli army as under attack, even in the German media. As in many conflicts around the world, Iran has its fingers in the pie and supplies the terrorists with weapons in part via the Iran-Iraqi-Syria route. The connections are often complicated, the details unclear, and yet an attempt will be made here to explain them.
You are now unmuted.
Hello.
You are
Yeah,
now
my
muted.
name is Enno Lenze. I cover a lot of stuff in mostly in Kurdistan, Iraq, and around sometimes Israel and Syria and so on. And today I'm gonna talk about the more or less recent rocket attacks on Israel and how Iran contributed to Hamas work in the last years. So obviously this is part of the whole Mideast conflict, and so I won't follow like every connection to everything and so on. The time is limited, and so it will be only like a brief overview and to give you an idea how these connections are working. So I will start with a little bit about Gaza and recent developments in Israel to get you up to date if you haven't followed them. And then we will start with the actual thing, how Iran supported them with weapons and others. So just one little thing, I have to admit, I'm not sure if you see my slides or not or how. I will just start.
You are now unmuted. You are now muted. You are now
Give me a
unmuted.
second. Very sorry.
Yeah, you have on the button line, you have normally you have 4 buttons, and then the microphone, or the headphone, and then the camera. The camera is blue, I think, and there should be another button right on that. Okay. Well, you have moderated moderation.
Now I have it. Sorry,
Okay.
I made it. But this is not my presentation. Well, okay. Obviously, this is a presentation of gaming as an arena of foreign and security policy. That's not exactly mine. So, to make a long story short, I will explain. And if you want to follow the slides, I'm sorry you have to do it later, because they're just not in the software as it seems. So let's start with Gaza. Gaza, and don't worry, my slides are basically a few pictures and a few words, so I can follow my own presentation. Okay, so let's start. Gaza, or the Gaza Strip, is basically like an outdoor enclosure where the Hamas terrorists keep their human shields. So there are not many ways in or out of Gaza, and the people there are more or less stuck and ruled by terrorists and used by terrorists. It's very sad, but let's say that's basically how it is there. So it's like a big terrorist base where surrounded by a few people, by actually a lot of people. And so whenever you hear things like Israel fired on more or
You
less
are now
inhabited
muted.
areas of Gaza, then it's because it's a highly dense populated area, which Hamas is using to hide their weapons. So basically, there is no way of hitting Hamas stuff in Gaza without being close to civilians. And Hamas openly admitted it and also said, yeah, of course, they are using sometimes schools to fire their rockets, but only after school is already out. So it doesn't really count. So just for that. So now let's come to the more or less recent developments in Israel and why Gaza is basically under occupation of Hamas. So in 2005, 16 years ago, Israel decided to unilaterally disengage from Gaza. And that means they pulled out the Israeli Defense Force, and the Israelis forcibly evicted the Jewish settlers out of Gaza. So there were settlements and there were some people living, and the Israelis forced them out. And so since 2005, there was no settlement, no IDF and so on in Gaza anymore. Then in 2006, there were elections in Gaza and the PA areas. And Hamas said, okay, one of our election promises is if we win, we will kick out the Jews, as they call them, from Gaza, which is so incredibly stupid because they left on their own like 1 year ago, but it still worked. And then after some disputes between Hamas and Fatah and so on, since basically 2007, Hamas is ruling Gaza. Okay, and Hamas was used to be like in the center of Israeli politics. You know, they were like, they were annoying terrorists, but you had to deal with them. And whenever anything happens, Hamas was basically in the middle of all of the affairs. And they liked it this way because basically it's some kind of business case. They get money from people supporting them and then can make nice holidays and live like in Qatar and other countries and have a good time while using Gaza as their base of operation. But they don't really like to live there on their own because it's a shitty place to live. It's limited in every imaginable way. So they just used it. So, but then there was a problem, at least for Hamas, the Abraham Accords that were basically a bunch of contracts which were a lot of them were started by the Trump administration because they understood one important thing, that if you talk about Palestine and Gaza and all these things in the Mideast, things get very, very complicated very quickly because basically all the Arab nations, even they don't like a lot of the stuff going on in Gaza, they feel obligated to support them somehow. But in the moment you start talking about Iran and Persia and so on, basically everybody hates the Iranian government. Israel, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, not so much anymore. But so they had a common enemy. And so Trump and Bibi Netanyahu basically started to, to change the discussion a bit and said, okay, now don't let us talk about the Palestinians and all these things right now. Let's start with Iran. And in the moment they shifted the discussion, doors were open. And of course, a lot of countries saw that it's better to make some kind of peace with Israel and the US than having them as enemies. And if you can work together with Israel and the US, or you can work together with Gaza, then the decision is easy if you're a government or a company or whatsoever. So by basically pushing the whole Gaza NPA administration subject on side, they could go forward. And especially with the United Arab Emirates, there were good talks. And then with, with a lot of other countries, one after another, it went better and better. So what about Hamas? That's pretty simple. Now Hamas was not important anymore. It's like if you have a birthday party and there's a one annoying child and everybody tries to keep this child happy and stop it from annoying everybody. And then the whole party is moving inside and they lock the door and the annoying kid is outside alone and everybody else is having a good party inside. And the annoying kid is very annoyed and desperate and don't know what to do. That's basically what Hamas ended up with, being even more isolated. And their former partners didn't want to deal with them so much anymore and help them so much anymore because everybody said, well, let's talk later. Iran is now our problem and our enemy, and we have to take care of them and see you later. That was very well played. And it's interesting that it didn't work out like this before because there were a few attempts to pull it off like this. But at the end, now it worked. And the bit of bizarre thing is that people like Trump and Bibi, who are usually seen as the hardliners who like war and conflict and everything, they ended up with being the guys who, shifted the whole thing and made it a little bit better for a lot of people. So nowadays you can have a direct flight from Tel Aviv to Dubai. That was unimaginable a few years ago. So, of course, since Hamas and the Iranian government had Israel is a common enemy since a long time. They had some kind of contact all the years now, since decades. But now their connection got stronger, and Hamas had to do something, like in May 2021, to be in the news again and to be, as they thought, important. And so they started this incredible amount of rockets and tried to bomb Israel, and did it several times. And this was possible because of the good connection with Iran, and of course other things, but that was very important. And so let's see where this whole thing started. And well, when we talk about Iran, of course it gets tricky. We have to talk about Syria and Iraq and the Mediterranean Sea and so on. So the slide you're missing now is a very, very simple map, but it's so simple that I can explain it. It's very basic. So when the Islamic State attacked first Syria and then later parts of Iraq and Kurdistan Iraq and so on, they covered a lot of ground within mere days. And I was there since 2011. And I was there in 2014, days after Islamic State took over Mosul, and it wasn't really clear where they were and where the front lines was and so on. And so we went to Mosul, or to the outbounds, to have a look as far as we could get. It was interesting because we found like a parking lot where a lot of armored Humvees with the gun turrets and ammunition and everything was still there, just parked, and body armor and uniforms and so on from the Iraqi army. So they fled in terror and ran away, but they even left their body armor and their armored vehicles there, which I can't make sense of till today. Now, I see, we got my actual presentation. I will jump forward. Sorry. No. Go away. So, okay. There's my presentation. And, sorry, just looking for my buttons.
You are now unmuted.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, the map now, that's fine. So, and can we make the presentation bigger again? I just can't. Okay, got it, sorry. So, okay, so we're now all on the same page. We found this abandoned parking lot in one of the outbounds of Mosul, and
You are now muted.
puzzled us till today why you left these things there. But the important thing is, so the Iraqi army wasn't strong in any way, not the slightest bit. And so it was obvious that if you want to gain any power in Iraq and you're not the Iraqi government, this is the time to do so. So Iran took the opportunity and helped the Shia militias to grow strong again. And so Iran was supporting lots of Shia militias in Iraq and sent military and so on, and let them grow stronger and stronger. And because there was already a very, very big influence of Iranian politics in the Iraqi central government, they had a lot of important positions in the government, not like ministers, but one or two ranks below them, so the ones who are actually managing it. And they were able to reroute funds meant for the Iraqi government and give it to their Shia militias and stuff like this. So then if we step forward a little bit, a few years, the Shia militia supported by Iran grew stronger and stronger and stronger. And so I went there again and again to have a look what happened and how they grow stronger. And after some time, like 2-3 years ago, there was an interesting situation that you had the Kurdish troops in the north of Iraq, the Peshmerga, and they have an own area there with their own government, with their own visa, with their own police forces, own security forces, own military, and so on. So they took good care of their part of Kurdistan, Iraq. And then much more in the south, basically starting a bit north of Baghdad, you had the Iraqi troops, which were not very strong anymore. Then you had an area in between, which was a little bit like no man's land, and that was basically the area the Iranian Shia militias had under their control. So they were building a path from Iran to Syria so that they could use
You are now
the
muted.
presentation is now a little bit far ahead. And so what they basically did was taking control of an area nobody else was in at that point. And so when I was in Kurdistan, Iraq, like in 2015, 2016, and we wanted to travel southbound, we had to negotiate with Shia militias if it's okay or not. That's a little bit interesting because you can have a visa just for the Kurdistan part of Iraq and one for like the Iraqistan part of Iraq. But since there were no Iraqi troops, you could leave Kurdistan, Iraq and met the Shia militias, and then we told them, hey, we're journalists, we want to just see what's going on here, and pretty often they let us in, or they let us cross their territory to see what's on the other side. And so last year, 2020, in January, when I went to Mosul, it was the same. There were like Iranian troops speaking Farsi, and they were taking care of the border between Kurdistan, Iraq, and Mosul. And they let me in, and I was able to talk to them and ask them what's going on. And that was pretty interesting because obviously Iraqi central government had no power over Mosul till today, and for same as for big chunks between like a small strip between Iran and Syria. So of course you can deliver weapons by plane and so on, but doing it by car is easier. And so there were Iranians in Mosul, okay. And in February, when I was in Kurdistan, Iraq, there was a rocket attack on the US Air Base in Erbil. And one of the rockets went down a little bit early and hit the Mercedes dealership, or the parts of the explosion hit the dealership. The rocket basically hit a street, exploded, and the shell went up again and hit a wall. And so that was next to the cafe where I was sitting. So we ran over and took some pictures of the destroyed wall and of the destroyed Mercedes dealership. And we could have a look on the shell, which was obviously the 107 millimeter thing, which is often used by the Shia militias and built in Iran. So we knew, okay, this Iran-Syria connection is working. Of course, the coalition troops in Iraq are watching these things, but they say their main goal is keeping IS under control, who are still working in Iraq, especially around Mahmur Mountain, but usually at night. So I spent there some nights in one of the houses with like night vision goggles and saw how they were moving, but they are not a big threat at this point, but they could grow stronger. So the coalition is watching these transport, reporting to Israel, and Israel confirms that they are in good contact with the coalition in Iraq, so they know what's coming. And just a second. Okay. So now you see the wall I took a picture of. And yep, there were Iranians in Mosul. They had this connection, rockets in Erbil, everything. Okay. So next step. So now you basically know how you get the weapons from Iran through Iraq to Syria, and then you can use the Mediterranean Sea and deliver them to Gaza, or you can do it the long way around through Suez Channel and so on. There are several ways you can use, but putting them on a car, just driving them through Iraq, through your own territory, through Syria, maybe Lebanon, and then just do a little route by boat is very convenient. So finally, let's have a look onto some of the deliveries they made. 2001 was one of the bigger ones, the so-called Santorini affair. There was a small fisher boat, the Santorini, and they were known for smuggling, so everybody knew it. And so everybody had a watchful eye on what they are doing and how and when and so on. But usually they were smuggling smaller stuff and sometimes drugs and whatever. It was not so important. So they were just watching them and not doing anything. But then it was obvious that someone chartered them to deliver weapons from Beirut to Gaza. And they waited till they were on their way. It took them several attempts because it didn't work and yada yada. At the end, this fishing vessel made it to not exactly to Gaza, to the Mediterranean, close to Gaza, and then they were brought up. And on board were, let's say, the usual things you expect. Katyusha rockets, SA-7, the RPGs, rocket launchers, AK-74 in this case, which I found a bit odd, but not too much. So let's say these were bigger weapons, especially Katyusha and SA-7. It's you can do a lot of damage to them, even to armored vehicles. But on the other hand, on this fishing vessel, yeah, was a lot of weapons, but nothing that would change like the war between Hamas and Israel. It was just like resupplying. Okay. But then there were the much bigger things and with much more interesting connections. There was the cargo vessel. It was the former known was the Rim K. Then it was reassigned the name Karin A, and so it's a Karin A affair usually if you Google it. That's a little bit interesting because it was bought by a shell company which was run by a former employee of Arafat, and not just one employee, somebody who was really close to Arafat and who worked with him a lot, and yeah, somebody who was really, really close to him. His name was Adel Mugrab, and well, he bought this ship, and even it was an old and not too fancy ship, it still cost a few million. So where did the money come from? Well, obviously from the usual suppliers, most likely also Iran. But you know, usually you don't buy a really big ship as a good friend of Arafat without Arafat knowing that you're doing it. So this ship then went to Sudan, which is pretty common because there are weapon factories which are partly controlled by Iran or used by Iran, or however you want to call it. And maybe they loaded some cargo on there, maybe not. And then the ship made a tour to Yemen, which maybe was just like a decoy. Maybe they really picked something up. It's not exactly sure. But then there was an important part. They made a stop in one of the small peninsulas in the south of south of the coast of Iran. So they didn't really go to a harbor in Iran, but pretty close to one of the smaller islands. And of course, everybody was already watching the ship and then used this interesting path. And so people were really curious what it was doing there. And then a supply vessel came from the Iranian coast, and they were loading containers on the ship, but a very, very special kind of containers. That's a story for itself. So Iran started developing some kind of semi-submersible and floating containers like more than 20 years ago. And the only reason why you would need this kind of containers would be if you're doing some kind of smuggling. You know, usually you have a container, you put stuff in, you load it on the ship, you offload it, okay. Every now and then a few containers go overboard and they sink, and they are insured for that. And if you really don't want your container to sink, you can like make it airtight, and then it will most likely float depending on what's in and so on. But at the end, there's no real reason to make an adjustable semi-submersible container if you not want to smuggle something. And so the idea is pretty simple. You're driving close to a coastline with your cargo ship. Then you intentionally drop the containers or throw them overboard or whatever kind of mechanism you want to use. You know, usually when you stack containers, they are connected from one to another, so they are very sturdy. And if you remove this connection, you can basically use a crane and push them overboard while you're driving along, stuff like this. There are different techniques, but at the end, you can imagine throwing stuff overboard is much easier than keeping stuff on board. So Iran was building this very, very sophisticated and interesting containers, and the team of like basically the support team from Iran came on board of the Karine A and explained them exactly how to use this container, so that if you throw them overboard, that they are not above waterline, not sinking, but you know, just barely visible. And so usually they're very, very hard to be picked up by radar. And let's say by a normal ship radar, you won't see them, only if you're really looking for them, and then you have to have some luck. So, but if you keep them, you know, just barely over the surface of the water, if you drive close enough, you can see them. And then either you can just tow them with a strong enough ship to the shore, or you can let them go above waterline and tow them easier, or you can load them on another ship or whatever. But basically the problem from there on is solvable. You can drop them overboard. Later someone picks them up, even days later if you like. And then there's no direct connection between you dropping them and someone else picking them up. So this ship, the Karine A, used this highly sophisticated containers and made its way. And the idea was to let the ship run through the Suez Channel and then drop these containers off close to the coastline of Gaza, you know, basically in close to Sinai. And then the police commander, Juma Galil, so the police commander from Gaza, should pick them up. And he was like the commander of the Coast Guard, or it has a slightly different name, but more or less this. So you have a former employee and a big ally of Arafat buying these things, and you have Arafat's police commander picking them up. So obviously Arafat was not with his own hands involved in these things, but it gives a bad impression of what was going on. So, and now see this impressive picture, what they found on board when they understood the plot and of course boarded the ship and forced it to one of the Israeli harbors and unloaded it. It doesn't only look like a lot, it's incredible lots of big weapons. Okay, of course we have the usual rockets, 107 and 122 millimeters, that's okay. Mortar shells, 120 and 80 millimeters, anti-tank missiles, that's where it gets interesting, anti-tank mines. This is really interesting because if Hamas would be able to lay a minefield around Gaza or parts of Gaza, that would be a game changer already. And sniper rifles, assault rifles, ammunition, okay, the usual stuff, but 2 tons of high explosives, and altogether worth about 15 million. And this was also the end of the Bush and Arafat relations. So, you know, they had a lot of talks, and Bush tried to negotiate between Israel and the PA areas and so on. But after this, Bush said, basically said he never talked to Arafat ever again after this, because it was so obvious that he has his fair share in this story, and that was not a peace process or anything else. And it was not just about small arms, it was about anti-tank mines, anti-tank missiles, tons of high explosive material. This is a completely different story. Okay, so from this point on, Hamas was obviously like really pushed to the side, even from the Americans. They didn't want to interact with them in peace talks or anything anymore. So, but of course, the story went on and on and on. And one of the next really big things was the so-called Victoria Affair. The Victoria Affair was again named after the ship. It's called the Victoria. And this was a cargo vessel which started in Latika in Syria and went to somewhere. They had different kinds of paperwork with different targets, blah, blah. And so not all of the containers were meant to be dropped off somewhere around Gaza or delivered to Gaza whatsoever, as the captain told them, but like 50 containers on board were completely packed with weapons. And beside other things, there was a C-704 guided anti-ship rockets. So if these 2 last ships I was talking about went through, the Hamas would have anti-tank mines, anti-tank rockets, 2 tons of high explosive, and guided anti-ship rockets. And that would be a game changer. And the C-704 anti-guided ship rockets, you need to train people how to use them. You need to be able to acquire them, to deliver them, and so on. This was, and since the ship left in Latika, was very unlikely that the Russians are supplying it, and Syria usually doesn't have not the means, but usually not the will to directly support these amounts of things. So it was obvious that it must have come from Iran or from other big supporters. And then again, we are at the map I showed you earlier, this Iran, Syria, and then Mediterranean Sea connection. And meanwhile, there's another reason, or earlier also, but now especially, why Israel is watching the Mediterranean Sea very carefully, because they are now developing their natural gas fields, which is worth some 12 or 15 billion US dollars. And when I was in Israel recently, after the rocket attacks, I was able to visit some of the Israeli Navy ships, Sa'ar 6 class, the newest of them. They were especially built to monitor the Mediterranean Sea and to protect the this floating drilling platforms and supply platforms for the natural gas fields. And it was interesting because on the new ships they were choosing a main gun, which would be available in a bigger caliber, but they chose a smaller caliber because it has this the new dart ammunition, and that's the ammunition which you shoot with a normal like 30mm gun. Or 30 and bigger calibers, but one of them is 30, and it's basically like a normal round, but it has some kind of steering fin. So at the end, you can do a little bit of steering. So it's not like a rocket. It doesn't have a propellant or anything in board, but it can glide a little bit and adjust its path a little bit. And so this is very interesting if you have some kind of sturdy rubber dinghies, especially like Iran is using them, and you want to defend yourself against a lot of them. So if you just have like one rubber dinghy attacking you, you can use a rocket launcher or a big gun or whatever. But if you have a lot of them zigzagging to your natural gas platform or to your warship or whatever, it gets very tricky very quickly. And so this French-built big gun with this dart ammunition, which could glide and change its path a little bit, is a cheap and reliable solution for that problem. That was interesting. So basically, they're expecting the same kind of attacks Israel is doing in the Strait of Hormuz, basically in the Mediterranean Sea now as well, and they especially building the ships in a way that it can defend these platforms against these kind of threats. So then what does Hamas do with so many rockets? Of course, using them. It sounds simple, but it's a bit more complex. So as you might or might not know, Israel has this very capable small rocket and motor shield called Iron Dome. That's basically a set of radars which are connected to each other and talking to each other, and a set of intercepting rocket launchers. And what they do is, if anything is flying to Israel territory, they calculate what it is. If it looks like a rocket, like a motor, like a grenade, like whatever, and then they calculate where it will hit Israel. And it has an actual map of Israel and knows which part of Israel are inhabited and which are not so densely populated. And then it checks whether this grenade will, or rocket or whatever, will go down in a populated area or not. If it hits a non-populated area, they won't intercept it. They just let it explode, because intercepting costs, the estimates are between $50,000 and $150,000 per intercept, depending on how you calculate the whole system cost. And if you have to intercept it, usually 1 or 2 rockets are sent, which intercept these things. And of course, the distance between like Gaza and one of the closer cities, Ashkelon, is very short. It's you can see from one city to the other. So you have like an airborne time of the grenades or the rockets of basically a minute or maybe 2. If it gets to Tel Aviv, you have a few minutes, but we're talking about, between 10 and 50 kilometers basically. So really, really short. And so this Iron Dome system was specifically built for this particular problem. And the good thing, so to say, is that Hamas had only very limited capabilities. So they could shoot bigger motors or something like Katyusha rockets. So basically something you fire and forget, and you cross your fingers that it hits something. It's just a terror weapon. You can more or less point it to like one village or a city district or something, but it's not very precise. Then you just fire off, 50 or 100 rockets and hope you hit something. And that's basically the same things used by the Soviet army when they attacked Berlin in 1945. It's still the same, the same technology. It's simple. When Hamas is using this, of course, they can't really pinpoint what they want to hit and where and why. It's just a very, very cheap terror weapon. Just terrorize people randomly for fun and profit, nothing more. So you see, but the good thing is they have the propellant and the engine that fires them up, and then it's just, flying, gliding, hitting something. So it's more or less easy to calculate. And that's why this Iron Dome can calculate the impact site so quickly. It's not too much of mass. And that's why it's very reliable. In the moment you have guided rockets, which can evade countermeasures and so on, you have a completely different story, and the whole thing gets much more complex and much more expensive. But even when Hamas was firing like thousands of rockets in days, like sometimes a few hundred within minutes, Iron Dome was still able to shoot them down. So why do it? First of all, we talked about it at the beginning, Hamas just needed to be visible again. Nobody talked about them anymore because of the Abraham Accords. Everybody was talking about Iran, and Hamas wanted to do something like an influencer who gets no likes. They said, okay, let's do something that gives us likes from the people who love terrorists. Okay, so, but then what do you do when you send so many rockets? One of the ideas was sending so many rockets that the Iron Dome would be overwhelmed. And then when you actually hit targets and you have confusion on ground and you bind a lot of security personnel and rescue services and everything, then you have the chance to use the chaos to infiltrate Israel from Gaza and then to kidnap people and hold them for ransom or to kill them or whatsoever. And it looks stupid. If you see Gaza, it's little. It's like a city district. But because it's so full of terrorists, they are able to keep hostages there for months, years, without being able to be captured. So basically, they want to do terror, and they want to use the confusion on the ground to kidnap people. And it worked a little bit. A few rockets were able to get through the Iron Dome, not too many. But in the series of attacks from May, Hamas rockets, a third of Hamas rockets hit Gaza. So they bombed their own electricity or power supply. And they bombed the people living there. And even in this time, a lot of the victims that Hamas produced in Gaza were treated in hospitals in Israel, which is still crazy, but this system still worked. Okay, so that's one of the important reasons why Hamas so desperately needs this guided rockets from Iran or from other supplies, but from Iran would be their first choice, because then their chances of overwhelming the Iron Dome are increased incredibly, and then they could be able to infiltrate Israel, to kidnap people and so on, to start this whole terror game again. So on Iran side, what gives? Pretty simple. Iran is still afraid that the US will attack them or invade them or whatever. So Iran wants to put a lot of weapons around Israel to tell the Americans, you know, when you do anything to Iran, we have Israel as a hostage. And to not make your own fingers dirty, it's easier to supply Hamas and keep Israel busy. And also, if Iran really wanted to attack Israel, and they're already under attack from Gaza with guided rockets and everything, and from Hezbollah, from Lebanon, and then they start attacking it from, I don't know, Syria or from wherever, or direct rocket strikes or something, then Israel would have a problem. And America had to help Israel and couldn't invade Iran. That's a very short story. But basically, that was the idea. So now back to the Abraham Accords. Okay. Hamas is getting unimportant. Iran and Hamas have a common enemy, so that's why they want to team up. And all the other nations realized like especially the Arab nations around Israel, if they're not supporting the PA areas anymore, and they're not, somehow affiliated with Hamas, business gets better, politics get better, diplomatic contacts get better. So they don't have so much interest in staying behind them anymore. Of course, they say, okay, the people of Palestine are important for us. But then when the people from Palestine say, okay, so we can seek refuge in your country, they say, no, not that much, just send thoughts and prayers and everything. That's a bit interesting because I still think it's a bit weird and still interesting that Bibi and Trump were able to pull this off, while you wouldn't imagine that they had an interest in making it more peaceful, but they're interested in having success and helping the companies in their countries making more money. At the end, it helped a lot of people, and it brought, let's say, a very, very, very little bit more of peace between these countries, because usually if you have planes flying between your country and if you're making good money with each other, then you don't want to shoot each other so much anymore. And so that's the brief overview, the short story of Iranian weapons for the Hamas. Of course, just, a little bit of the picture, but I hope that you got an idea of the connections and everything. And in my presentation, you have the Google words if you want to know more. So thank you all. Sorry for the bit messy situation at the beginning, but I think at the end, you found all the information you needed. So thanks to you. If you want to contact me, you'll find me at Ennolenz on the internet, and otherwise just Google the Santorini affair or the Karim A or whatever. The whole stories behind them are really, really interesting in every detail.
Thank you, Enno. Yeah, I have a little question about it's Sudan. You mentioned some weapon factories in Sudan. Is it basically they produce weapons? From the same size and function like the Iranian one.
As far as I know, yes, they have basically they brought factories there, built them up, and it's most of what I read about it. I haven't seen it yet. Is I was in Sudan 30 years ago. A lot has changed in this time. They basically producing small arms or up to RPGs and things like these to supply the domestic market and around, and to have a base to ship them out. That's the short story.
Very interesting. But you mentioned the whole situation in the region is shifting. Yeah, you have the US is leaving. Yeah, it's not investing anymore. You have Iran, you have Turkey, and for example Saudi Arabia. You have always a power conflict coming up there. Yeah, it's something like a multipolar change now, and China is coming.
Yeah.
What do you think? Is it more? Is it becoming a more hotter destination of war and something like that? Is it more dangerous?
I think it's very tricky. Of course, Mideast was kind of dangerous and hot since centuries, and it won't go away. I think it's kind of shifting also because I don't think that we will see big full-scale wars anymore. Not like in the last decades. much more the supporting of different smaller groups and so on. So the way the US is doing it since long time, and Iran is doing it also since long time, but now more and more. Like the thing of, I think if Iran had invaded Iraq to get these like the streets between Iran and Syria, the whole world would point their finger on Iran and say you couldn't do it. But with basically sending support for the Shia militias and letting them doing it, most people in Europe say, oh, the situation is so complicated and I don't want to deal with it and I don't understand it. I think it's very smart to just support a lot of smaller groups and do it this way. And especially in Mosul, I thought, Mosul reminded me a bit of Berlin when it was divided by the four powers, because in Mosul you have different Shia militias being in charge of different parts of the city, and you have to negotiate with all of them if you want to move around as a Western citizen. And Iran is really like the puppet master and shifting power a bit more to the one and then to the other one and so on, that no one of them gets too much power. And when Badr organization got too powerful, that was the time when I was in Mosul, and they basically they guaranteed my safety, and so it was okay, even it was very, very weird. And so they took away power from them, and if I would want to go to Mosul now, I have to negotiate with like 2 or 3 different militias. I think so. Of course, it's very hot in this area, and it's always, you know, at the brink of war. But I think not like a full-scale war, just like sending a few weapons here, a few there, and see what's blowing up here and there. And one important thing is that big parts of the world are not interested anymore because it's getting too complex, especially in democracies. If you need a parliament to allow your army to go there and to help, you need the people of your country behind them. And if you now ask German people, should we send troops to Syria or to Iraq, and why? I guess 90% will say it's so complicated, don't ask me, I don't know, no, just don't do it. And so if you keep the story complicated, you can have much more influence and use much more of your power, like Iran does it. And so I think we won't see a classical war anymore, but a lot of power shifting from one side to the other.
But Iran is the main puppet master in the region now. They do it in a very high class and guerrilla way.
Yes, and nowadays, or like in the last days, they're on shopping to in Afghanistan and paying big amounts of money to the Taliban to get their hands on technology left behind by the Americans for the Afghanistan army, and now the Taliban have it. And now the Iranians are walking around with like the big bags of cash and said, okay, I give you some money for this Gen Eagle drone and I want to have that radio. And so I think they will improve not only their drones and all these things, they will get better in intercepting or jamming American technology because of the technology transfer they're getting from the Taliban right now, and that will be another shift, and so on and so on. But I think Iran, as sad as it is, they know how to play the game nowadays.
Very interesting. Yeah. We see a shift to old power constellations in the region now. Thank you for that. Nice to have you here.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
So, I might have a question if you dare.
Yes.
Why do you think like Iran will just favorize Hamas according to the fact in the past they were really like arming and training Hezbollah in the South Lebanon, and this is still a big threat for Israel. Hamas is gain in power, I mean political, is destabilize Mahmoud Abbas, but I think it's something manageable. But on the South Lebanon, there is like we have seen in 2006, they were believed that they can win easily, but they lose the war of image, and they lose, they didn't succeed to reach the military objective neither. So how do you explain this aspect of the question?
No, I think they will support both and even more. They will support both more or less equally. They will support, of course, different groups in Syria as well. They will support everybody who's against their enemies. So if you see it like, especially in Iraq and Syria, how many groups they are supporting already. I think especially Hamas and Hezbollah, of course, they are long allies, and Hezbollah has the capabilities of attacking the natural gas platforms at sea way better because they have better access to the coast and unrestricted access. And so I think they will use Hezbollah for attacking in the Mediterranean, and Hamas more to, more to attack Israel, but also from south of Lebanon and from there. So I think they won't favor one over the other. They will just support both of them.
Okay. And because before it was like the support of the Muslim brothers to the Hamas, and it's a kind of contradiction with Iran between the Shiite and the Sunni. So how they deal with everything?
I think at the end they don't really care if you're Shia or Sunni or whatever. Like the enemy of your enemy is your friend. I think that's what the most important thing for Iran is. I think they're only playing the game like this because if you're a Shia militia in like Iraq, and it's important for yourself that you're Shia, then Iran says, "Oh, we're Shia as well. We are on the same side." Then it's just easier to handle. But I don't think they really care about it. They work with Sunni groups. Also, they work with Christian groups sometimes and so on. They work with everybody. But if you have like stupid terrorist Shia people, it's easier to say, hey, we're all on the same side. Let's work together.
So which is raising the role as well of Turkey and Russia, because Russia is the one who make Syria government able to survive, and
Yes.
Turkey have like kind of double face. We never know exactly what Turkey is doing.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the problem of the big picture. Then you have Turkey, Russia, then you have China who's investing and so on. Then it's getting too long for 1 hour.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's
You are
it.
now unmuted.
Thank you very much and see you later.
You are now muted. You are now unmuted.
How about now? Can you hear me okay? 1 second here. Well, why don't we leave it at low, and you guys can see my share screen okay?
You are now muted.
Okay.
Dr. Keith Goldstein is a co-founder of the Israeli Pirate Party. He served as the treasurer of Pirate Party International (PPI) for 3 years, the general secretary for 3 years, and is still currently a board member. As part of his PPI work, he oversees UN activities and statements, and recently is leading an initiative to incorporate blockchain technologies into the organization.
Am I waiting for you, Bastian?
Keith holds a bachelor's degree in philosophy, a master in educational leadership, second master in Israeli society and politics, a PhD in sociology and anthropology, and postdoctoral fellowships in education. His research often focuses on big data analysis and statistical analysis of opinion surveys and tests. His most recent work in the field of scientometrics examines publication trends of academic disciplines. He has written books and papers on a variety of topics around the world, such as community rebuilding after the 2011 earthquake and tsunami in Japan, education in Australia, and elections in Israel. He is currently conducting research in education and culture in Japan, opinion surveys about the COVID-19 situation, high-tech interventions for minorities, and Israeli expat communities. How Pirate Parties and Pirate Parties International can utilize cryptocurrencies. Blockchain technology has been discussed as the new great innovation beyond the internet. Pirate parties are recognized as presenting technological solutions to promote greater participation of individuals in democracy. The adoption of blockchain can innovate a membership ledger system with cryptocurrency payments, NFTs to document decisions and events, member proposal creation and voting, and greater transparency. This presentation will focus on how Pirate Parties International (PPI) is trying to utilize blockchain technology. We will review the reason blockchain technology is needed in general and specifically for PPI. What are the problems with the current tools for democracy, and how can we use a distributed ledger system to help us resolve those problems? We will discuss a recent pilot initiative being developed with assistance from the Aragon Foundation to implement a decentralized autonomous organization, DAO. Since the project being discussed is still a pilot, different ways that the project can be implemented will be discussed. We will also discuss ways that other pirate parties and other organizations can adopt this technology or implement it differently.
Okay. Don't hear anyone spinning up, so maybe I can just get started?
Yeah, now you are on the floor.
Okay, great. So, greetings everyone. I'm going to speak today on pirates and blockchain. My name is Keith Goldstein. I'm a longtime board member of Pirate Parties International and also representing Pirate Party Israel. And I'm not going to speak about the military situation in Israel. I think Enno did a good job of that already. But I'm going to present to you about blockchain and how we are using blockchain or trying to use blockchain, and just some of the ideas. You know, there was a recent article in Politico about the pirates of how we are the tech-savvy party, and also how we started out with peer-to-peer sharing of information, using software to let people vote, and that is what blockchain is all about, but we're still a little bit behind in incorporating it. And so this is just an initial attempt to get us back in the ball game and innovating with this technology. So usually when I present at the conference, I'm presenting something that we've already done, that we've already succeeded in doing, and at this point I'm presenting something that we're just getting started with. So if you can see my disclaimer in the corner, that the following presentation is based on initial ideas for a pilot, not all of which are currently operable. And I want to thank, in the beginning as well, the Aragon Association, a nonprofit organization in Switzerland that runs its own cryptocurrencies and DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, helping us with this. And so today I'm going to speak this exploratory discussion how pirate parties can utilize cryptocurrencies, a DAO, blockchain-based voting, and non-fungible tokens. And we'll discuss a little bit what these things are for those that aren't familiar. So in the beginning, I'm going to start with a bit more of a academic discussion on the modern problems of democracy and why we really need blockchain technologies for governance. And this will be really the much more academic side of the conversation. But my argument is basically that blockchain can help us solve certain problems of democratic societies that Internet 2.0 could not. And this is why many Internet voting technologies failed. In part 2, I will go and show you the DAO and the voting solutions that we've been developing. And we'll discuss how can blockchain make organizations more democratic, specifically Pirate Parties International as the example. And the part 3, since this is a work in progress, just to get what are your thoughts on blockchain governance? How do you think we should implement blockchain in our organization? How can you utilize it in yours? And so part 1, modern problems for democracy. So topics are internet shutdowns and spying, excessive bureaucracy, periodic voting for people and parties, lacking global concerns, elite control, excessive lobbying, and voter verification. We'll just go one by one on each of these. So internet shutdowns and spying. We have kind of 2 main concepts here. One is that governments just shut down internet and mobile networks to block political opponents and disrupt social movements they don't like. And it's really endemic in autocratic regimes. That we can talk about, Iran and all these countries that they can just shut down the internet. It happens even in China and a lot of countries. And the other type, which is much more endemic in capitalistic regimes and in many of our countries, is the governments and organizations will spy on the internet and mobile usage. And they'll use that information for political and economic advantages or nefarious goals. And I put some examples of some organizations that are moderating these types of internet shutdown and spying. They do a lot more to monitor the first example, though, how they're shutting down the internet. And there's a lot less examples, even though we read about them and all the time, how companies and governments are spying on protests and all sorts of stuff, but there's less of a list of going one by one. But the argument here being that blockchain can having a decentralized network can prevent the network from being shut down. And with pirate parties, we have groups in Venezuela and Turkey. We've talked about the idea that these groups can just be shut down. Their website can be shut down, whatever. By having their information in some sort of decentralized network, though, it becomes almost impossible to shut them down. Basically anyone can access these networks then. Number 2, excessive bureaucracy. This is a map of USA, Congress, how to get your information to your congressman or the government in some way or form. And there's just a lot of loops that you have to jump through in order to hopefully get your opinion heard. It's really nerve-wracking. And the idea being that with a blockchain verification system, if you are someone that wants to get your point across, make a proposal, you can do that horizontally and get people to listen. Okay, here's an example from the Israeli Democracy Institute in Israel. And the example being how often are elections held. And Israel has just had a ridiculous number of elections, and they've looked at this as a bad thing, as a sign of an unstable democracy. However, I might argue in the opposite, that having a lot of elections is actually a good thing. It allows the people to have a voice in what's going on in their country on a routine basis, and ideally that's more of a democratic phenomenon. But there's a concern, though, that we're voting away our power just to people who can do whatever they want with it. And so it's not a good thing. And another issue is being that we had to go to the elections 3 times during the coronavirus. And so a lot of people didn't vote because they were afraid of getting sick. That doesn't sound too democratic either. And so the idea then being, if we can make elections more blockchain-based, where people can vote from their homes and vote regularly on different issues rather than having to just vote their power away to a specific person, we can create a more democratic society. All right, so here's the lacking global concerns. When we vote, we tend to be very domestic. We tend to think about our specific needs and concerns, and that is quite a problem. Voters tend to be selfish, especially when the vote is private. And this translates to a lack of global concerns, which can pose existential risks. We have global warming, protecting the environment. These are very big concerns we're starting to really feel. Needs of migrants, minorities, economic inequality, conflicts in other countries, health epidemics. all these are major concerns, and the idea being that if we expand the vote to be transnational, we vote on things from Pirate Parties International, we're talking about multiple different countries deciding things together and things that are important for us, then maybe we can be better able to tackle these small problems rather than the kinds of these local or even national elections where you're still voting within your defined borders. Elite control. This is goes back to 1950s sociological theory that basically said that there's this power that is independent of elections. There's this group of power elite. This was a historical suspicion of giving power to ordinary citizens. C. Wright Mills wrote his book Power Elite in the 1950s. You get the idea of the military-industrial complex that comes out of this. And the idea isn't really that you're voting for what people you want or the ideas you want. You're just voting one extremely powerful person over another extremely powerful person. And again, the idea being that with blockchain voting, we can start to vote for issues and not for these specific strong people. Another theory came out from Robert Putnam from Harvard in the 1970s and really developed since then of the technocracy of technical elite. And basically said, will government advance industrial societies, government by technicians, it can become increasingly technocratic in the pejorative sense, less responsive, more remote, less sensitive to the needs of disadvantaged groups, perhaps even more authoritarian. He was very scared of this. But really what we see it from Silicon Valley, we see it from any group that has these, becomes more tech savvy and more in control. So, we can definitely see how certain corporations now that, rule the internet are really the ones pushing the buttons, lobbying, controlling things. Now, this could be also a bad thing if we look at it from blockchain control, because again, you're going to have your tech-savvy, cryptocurrency-friendly groups that are going to amass more control, and so there's a lot to be worked out there with this. But okay, but one of the things that this is going to rise to is QAnon and all these outrageous conspiracies. That there's a secret group of elite societies, lizard people, pedophiles, cannibals, who rule the world and are out. These things are outrageous, but they were born out of this distrust for these elite. And definitely having Donald Trump as the American president didn't do much to reduce that perception, even though he's a perfect example of one of those elite. Next thing is excessive lobbying. I don't know in Europe how much you deal with this, but we see it in a great deal in the USA and Israel and Japan. And this is often referred to a legal corruption, the idea that you can put a middleman in there and he can funnel money to the politicians. One of the benefits then we think about with cryptocurrencies and smart contracts and everything is that everything becomes transparent, known, and the argument being with the transparent ledger, any payment would be visible. It would be much easier to show how lobbyists collected money from one special interest and moved it to a politician. And if transactions took place on the chain, it would be much easier to follow. We would basically be able to remove the politician from the equation. And, but there's still other problems we have to think about, that votes could still be bought. And we need to develop rules how special interest groups can, or rather should not, influence votes. And so the last point on this first section is voter verification. While voter fraud is considered to be extremely rare in most modern democracies, the pretense that it occurs is used to validate elections. And basically is the idea that, someone can go in with the false ID and vote, someone can vote twice. The counter argument then being in favor of blockchain-based voting is everyone has a wallet address with a key, and that is clearly validated. So it would be much more difficult unless you physically took over someone's wallet. It went through a very difficult process to hack that wallet. It would be much more difficult. And again, it goes back to the idea that we should be able to vote online. We should be able to verify our identities from our homes and not have to go in front of someone with our IDs in this sort of antiquated system to do so. Okay, part two, how can blockchain make organizations, specifically Pirate Parties International, more democratic? And so I'm going to discuss Pirates Parties International is a centralized organization, as a decentralized autonomous organization, a membership registry and governance tokens, creating and voting on proposals, promoting crowdfunding initiatives, utilizing NFTs, non-fungible tokens, and other innovations to motivate participation, other possible variations of how we can do this, and the challenges that we face. So PPI is a centralized organization. We are a multi-organization with 4 member types. Those are ordinary members, approximately 35 member parties. Most of them use the name Pirate. Observer members, there's approximately 10 parties. Some are political parties that are considering full membership, or other NPOs and NGOs that are not eligible for full membership. For example, Pirate Party of the EU. Then we have individual members. Right now, there's only about 30 individuals who are contributing to the party financially. That's a number we really would like to grow, and that definitely we think by distributing governance tokens might be able to increase the motivation for people to join as individual members. And finally, you have anonymous members, and this is something that's not official, it's not on the record, but they definitely exist. And these are people or organizations who, some of them might contribute financially, but we definitely see them participating in events, using pseudonyms and whatever. And it's kind of one of the ethics of the pirate movement that you can be anonymous. You don't have to be a known entity. And that's another thing about cryptocurrencies, is you can be anonymous. You don't have to be a known person. So right now, PPI is a centralized organization. Members are providing their input to the board or at the General Assembly. We have this circle of pirate parties and known and unknown individuals, observer members, and they all kind of just shoot in information to the board or decide who the board is or meet at the General Assembly, and everyone just kind of has a free-for-all, but it's very centralized. It all takes place in this one central organization. And there are benefits to this. Board members can be delegated tasks. We can say, you're responsible for this, you're responsible for that, and things can get done. There's a legal entity that can become a member of national and international associations. For example, we're a member of the United Nations ECOSOC Committee, World Trade Organization, other organizations. There's a clear venue for organizing activities and events. It's always clear who we are. It's Pirate Party's headquarters, and it's always got a central name on it. There's a chain of command. There's a chairperson, there's a vice chairperson, there's a general secretary, a treasurer, board members, and so on. We can do quick decision making. We can have a meeting and decide on the spot what we want to do. And there's a clear burden of responsibility. Who is responsible for what? Who needs to do what? PPI is a DAO. And here things are going to become a little bit less clear. It's a decentralized autonomous organization. So in a DAO, the idea would be that there would be an interlocking group of communication between either, as shown here, is between different levels, for example, individual, observer, and ordinary members, where they would each have the thing. Or you could have a weighted system where the Pirate Party members would have a larger group decision power, and the observer members would have a little bit less, or just, ability to propose things and not vote on them. And likewise with the individual members, they might have one vote where the party members have 100. These are a lot of things we're discussing, we need to figure out. And then the idea would be, though, that when they decide on things, they would communicate them to the board or to the General Assembly to enact them. And there are advantages of a decentralized organization. One being horizontal decision making that includes everyone. Number two, it's trustless. So you don't have to trust the people you're doing things with. They are decided upon, and it's clear. It's more democratic this way. More people get to have a say in what goes on. There's a distribution of power, and thus it cannot be easily shut down. You can take it. They might be able to take out Venezuela, but they can't take out all the other entities. There's more transparency. Everyone can see what we do, what we decided, how we spent money. And it promotes entrepreneurial leadership. It promotes the idea that I can have a nice idea and really make it happen. So PPI is a semi-AO, and this is really what's going to happen in the beginning. Is it's going to be a semi-autonomous organization. Right now, as I said, it's a centralized organization. There's the members elect the board. The board makes decisions, and then decisions are reviewed and expanded on at the General Assembly. Now, on the bottom, you see the idea that this can be a semi-autonomous organization. And this is that the DAO makes decisions. The DAO instructs the board to approve the decisions with a multi-sig wallet. A multi-sig wallet is for multiple signature. Basically, the idea is the board members hold the keys to the wallet. So when the DAO decides something, the board members are required to act upon that and sign off of it. And the reason doing it this way is, what if the DAO decided that we want to send missiles to Iran? The board is going to say, hey, wait a minute, that would be illegal. We should not do that. And they might have to disagree with the DAO. And then those decisions are going to be reviewed and expanded on at the GA. The GA might decide, you know what, that's what we wanted to do. But in this semi-autonomous PPI, we would have a sort of overview process where the final transactions would take place by the board. And it's just initial control. But eventually, the idea is to have a fully autonomous organization. And these do exist. They're very recent. There's very few in existence. The Maker is the first, I believe, decentralized autonomous organization. It's a cryptocurrency that is now working completely autonomously. And in this case, the DAO makes the decisions. It goes directly through to what's called a smart contract. And it's implemented autonomously without any human interaction. Again, this is something that I can see happening, but I think we're trying to take steps to get to that point. And I also think that these smart contracts, and they're just is a new concept being developed. It's mostly only exists in the Ethereum blockchain at the moment. They do cost gas to initiate, so they're not free. But certain other blockchains are being developed. They will work more cheap, and they will enable us to do things that are not only financial, which can be like creating documents on the blockchain, storing pictures, storing music. And we'll discuss about that in a second more. Okay, so here is the prototype of our DAO that was created by Aragon. And this is here, created for the board members, possibility to collect annual fees, receive donations, distribute funds, voting and proposal creation, and being fully transparent. The idea is that any person who wants to donate funds and become a member of the party, or is a member of the party just to get their membership, they're going to receive governance tokens. These governance tokens can be used to vote on decisions and stuff like that. And it'll all be clearly shown in the registry. We could also in the future, I think, make it more of a crowdfunding platform where we can also use it to donate for specific causes. And it'd also be good in general also for generating revenue for the party. The funds would be held in cryptocurrencies. As shown here, we can keep transferring those balances to our bank account or vice versa, or using it to pay for things directly. And we can decide within the DAO what types of currencies we want to support. But also we can keep certain documents, as I said, saved on the blockchain. So we can keep statutes, we can keep records of who our members are, certain decisions. These can all be saved within there. The blockchain will be accessed with a cryptocurrency wallet, as you see in the top right. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with using these, but you would need to become adept at using MetaMask or one of these other types of wallets. And we're going to have to set up tutorials because one of our main difficulties is going to be getting members to understand how to use them, because there are a lot of people who are not familiar with how to use these. Once they have governance tokens, they can create proposals. And so here we can see an example of where you can create a proposal using your party token, and then you can make a vote. For example, here is a vote to accept payments in the following cryptocurrencies. Do we want to use these specific currencies? We can have more than one decision in each vote. Votes need to It's not as fast as internet. We only need about 10 minutes to set up the vote, but it's good to give the vote probably about a month to make sure that everyone can have a say. Votes can be entirely encrypted or open, and I'll show you the voice in a second. But here you can see how parties might request tokens, and so they can request. We don't have, since this is a governance token, it can be given and taken away, and it's not tradable. Someone could try and trade it, but we could revoke their tokens. We could revoke them on an annual basis. We can give different amounts. In our current example, we have certain parties that have half a vote, so they would receive 50 as opposed to 100 tokens. As I said before, we might want to give individual members 1 token. And again, the approval of these tokens will be made by, in this instance, the board, which has the multi-signature wallet. But in the future, they could be made directly through the DAO, where you would have a rule like half the parties need to approve issuing the tokens to a new member. Okay, and here we can see just another example as if these were individuals. We were giving them each 1. And again, the amounts that they paid could be different. One person could be giving 0.1 ETH, another person giving 0.01 ETH, another person could be giving 0. And we do have parties as well that we have agreed that they do not need to pay funds because they're not big enough, they don't have enough money available, and so they don't have to pay anything to receive these tokens. Here's just an image of what the token request approval would look like, where we would vote on whether to issue the tokens for the specific amount. And here is an example of how we were creating and voting on proposals. There are now 2 different types of proposal creation. One's called signaling proposal, the other one's on-chain. The signaling proposal would be free. This would be done on the vote chain of Aragon, so it's a separate blockchain. However, if we wanted to make something more permanent, we would have to put it in the Ethereum blockchain, and that would cost what they call a gas fee, which can be probably 10 to 20 euros. So it's not cheap to do that. But the vote chain would be free. We could then back those up to our website or wherever, just to keep sure that they were safe. Here we can see how a new governance proposal would look, setting up as a signaling proposal, making results encrypted. You make a proposal date, describe what it is you want to propose. Here, for example, I made a pretend proposal for provide 500 euros to support the Pirate Security Conference. And then our members could then just go and vote on that proposal. Do we approve 500 euros for the conference? All right. Okay, and in the end, I think we're going to have a lot of these types of votes, and also I think we could use some of our funds to vote on all sorts of fundraising initiatives. Okay, utilize NFTs and other innovations to motivate participation. So non-fungible tokens, things that can be NFTs, are decisions made by the board of the GA, statements made to the UN or other bodies, artwork representing a specific party's membership, artwork representing an individual's membership, badges of authority. This is also called something called proof of authority for participation in the organization. The fact that you voted, for example, numerous times could be rewarded by a flag, a digital flag, but it would be something that you could hold. You can make songs, you can use tickets for events, coupons that validate future transactions. And there are certain issues with NFTs that we need to consider. And one that's very unpirate-like is they can resemble copyrights. And we pirates don't like that so often. Now, they do kind of improve on the idea of copyrights and the fact that they are giving a fairer basis for artists and content creators to share their work and be rewarded directly for their work by having the original. And the other issue with the NFTs is that they often need to use on-chain gas to establish ownership, which can be expensive on Ethereum. So there is still a long way to go to make blockchain cheap if you're going to use one of the more established blockchains. And so I personally would like to see us eventually move to some of the more inexpensive blockchains to start one of our own. So possible variations, again, nothing's set in stone yet. This is still a pilot. Utilizing low-cost chains, as I said, to avoid high gas fees. Matic is a second layer Ethereum chain that works much cheaper. Avalanche, there's a number of different cheaper chains, but again, they have different limitations. Accepting payments directly with an on-ramp service, for example, letting people use credit cards to make cryptocurrency payments, and being able to do so in a way that they won't lose most of the money in gas fees. Having majority voting, we need to decide how we want our voting to work. Are we going to we don't want a single actor to corrupt the system. And so are we going to have voting that's just 50%? Are we going to have voting that needs to make a certain threshold, like a number of specific votes? Is there a specific amount of votes that people need to make a proposal? And so minimal requirement voting. For example, 10 members or 10 voting tally needs to be collected in order for a vote to go through. Are we going to have participating individual members or just ordinary members? Are we going to allow anonymous members? Are we going to eventually move into this autonomous approval to make it a real DAO? Are we going to accept only affiliation fees, or are we going to allow other sorts of donations? Knowing who our donors are it could be a very big issue. Is it going to be it is reusable code. So actually, there's not. Is it going to be? It is reusable code. It is going to be entirely on GitHub. It already is, and we do want that to be offered to individual parties and other organizations. But we can also maybe host some of these other parties within our DAO, and let them use our token rather than having to establish their own token. Because every time you want to make your own token again, you're going to have to pay an initial gas fee. It won't be that much, but it could be maybe 100 euros to get your token established on the chain. And again, in the future, maybe we want to have a reputation of revenue tradable token, which can be used to generate revenue, promote donations, support the organization. There's a lot of scary things. It could tank, and that wouldn't be good for the reputation of the organization either. So there's a lot to think about before allowing a tradable token to go into effect. However, there's a lot of good things that could happen with it too. It could allow us to reward members, reward participation. It could allow us to generate funds for this, for other good causes we want to support. There is, definite benefits of having a tradable token. And finally, in the future, as I said, setting up our own chain. We're supposed to be very technological. The idea that we could have an intertwined network of various members of ours and people who are setting up their own nodes that are running pirate data, that are allowing this sort of our own decentralized network, would really be a huge milestone for our organization. So that's other variations. And again, there's hundreds of other variations, more than I could list or even consider. Challenges. We need to train members to use these digital wallets. Already, I was quite shocked how many people that are very tech knowledgeable had difficulty using MetaMask or a specific hot wallet just to do these types of votes. It's not difficult, but it does look scary at first, and it does require some training, which brings us to unequal levels of participation. Some people just can't be bothered to participate. Participation is always an issue when it comes to a conference, whether it comes to an organization. Whatever it is, we want to have a lot of participation, and we don't want to just have a few members participating and influencing everything. The slower voting period is going to be a problem. That we're used to having these votes on the spot and deciding things here and there with everyone physically present, and the idea of having a vote over a 1 month period of time is going to feel more frustrating. So, that's another challenge. Maintaining secure cold and hot storage wallets to keep funds. We don't want to have hackers hacking into our funds. That would be terrible. But we also don't want to lose the keys to our funds, which would also be terrible. So we are going to have to consider ways to keep funds safe and secure. And we we have considered these various ways of sharing half a key between two different members and so on, or saving part of the funds in cold storage, part of them in hot storage that you need to use. Weighting votes correctly to prevent individual users from spamming. One person who just believes in really weird things and really wants to participate all the time could just keep putting over proposal and proposal and proposal till no one wants to participate anymore. So we do need to think of ways to both weight the proposals to make sure that one person can't have too much to say, and also to weight how they are when they're making proposals. Ensuring parties do not lose their keys. Someone can easily lose their password. Now, obviously, we can revoke their tokens and reissue them, but making sure that they have access when they need, and there's someone on top and doing this. Setting up delegated voting. Delegated voting is the idea is that when you're not available, but you want someone else to vote on your behalf, that they can do so. Now, you don't want to just give someone your keys, and so you just want to, click a button and say, you know what, for votes on education issues, I want to give them to Pirate Party of Germany, or I want to give them to, this specific member. And that's something that needs to be set up. We need to prevent bad actors from taking over the network. We could have a 51% attack where a bunch of people that are fascist, whatever, decide that they want to be members of this organization and take it over. They thought it'd be really cool. We've had similar types of issues in the past. Maintaining the interface of the DAO and voice on our website. So we're going to need to have a clear, transparent system where all these transactions, that's all set up in a frame on the website. It's clear to everyone what's going on. And not that everyone needs to just log in with their wallet to see what's being decided. We need to ensure the admins or DAO approve transactions. We could have a situation in this semi-autonomous organization where decisions are made and then the people who are supposed to approve them don't do so. So we need to make sure that happens. We need to ensure identity. Said before that we could have someone that pretends to be someone else that tries to send donations. We could secretly have Hamas trying to send us money, pretending to be a different organization. Any of these things could happen. And finally, we need to utilize the DAO for merchandise and other transactions besides membership. Various tax regulations come into play. A lot of organizations that don't like crypto transactions might make us problems. So we have a lot of considerations to go through for doing that. And again, not all transactions need to be membership and providing governance. So we need to differentiate between what is a transaction for donation or purchase and what is a transaction as an affiliation fee. Okay, so what are your thoughts? How do you think we should implement blockchain in our organization or yours? And thank you.
Thank you, Keith. I think that's always, when you talked about some difficulties. For example, the user experience or usability, of such things. You have always to think about the simple-minded user you have, and have to take out what to do with that. And there you have to improve something. In the end, blockchains are always it's nowadays a trend to do everything with blockchains, and in the end it's not the blockchain anymore when they're finished the concept. But anyway, when you how do you want to make it make the user experience better in this case. Yeah. What's your idea to improve that? The education is one thing, yeah, but the other thing is.
So one of the things I think we've looked at is gamification, and you see a lot of development now in gamification of blockchain, Web 3.0, where it becomes much more animated and game-like, and this is, I think, good. Another thing is just making everything one click as much as possible. And it is, if possible as well, to embed the wallet connection into our own website.
Okay. Yeah, and what sometimes we have the problem, or we have the yeah, we make things more complicated than everything. Yeah. Do you think that's in this case it's not the case, or what do you think in this case? What we want to simplify things, yeah, and I see that it's a good idea, yeah, in the first view, but how to yeah, we have to test it. Also, I'm totally on your side that we have to show up with something what's going well, and then improve that step by step to have a really good solution there. Yeah, we have to test it. It's my opinion.
Right. So this is really a beta. The voice voting system is still in beta from Aragon. The DAO is not in beta. The DAO is really just sort of a wallet. Until now, PPI was quite actually revolutionary. In 2015, I believe, we decided to start collecting cryptocurrencies for affiliation fees. In 2016, we collected our first cryptocurrency payments, and we were really on top of the game. Before people, we collected Ethereum before anyone else was. We didn't collect very much. We collected very, very tiny amounts. Is our whatever €20 membership fees for maybe 2 or 3 members. So it was very, very small payments, unfortunately. But then we just kind of sat back and we didn't really do anything. And now it seems that the rest of the world is all talking about this, and now we need to go back and really start to think about first of all, even deeper, which blockchains do we believe in? Because they're not all the same anymore. There's blockchains that I don't think are good blockchains. I don't believe in the way they work. I don't think Bitcoin is actually a good idea. And I think a lot of us, some of us have ideas. There's lots of blockchains that are used not just for currency, for art decisions. We talked about the idea of creating, you want to donate money to the organization. We're going to give you this digital artwork that's representing your membership. Or we're going to save these, statutes or this manifesto that we think is very important to be saved somewhere. These are things. It's not just cryptocurrency as money. And I think this is really important. We can start to become, and one of our other difficulties is just having the programmers available. Many of the programmers that we have are just from the last generation and don't really know how to use Solidity and some of the other types of newer programming languages that you need to write.
Thank you for that. I'm happy to have you today here. and we have to discuss it on another scale. And I'm happy to do this step together with you, and yeah, to improve things for our international organization. Thank you.
Thank you.
You are now unmuted.
Okay, thanks everyone. Bye-bye.
Dr. Keith Goldstein. We'll be having a coffee break now.
You are now muted. You are now unmuted. You are now muted. You are now unmuted.
Ja,
You are now muted. You are now unmuted.
der Dave, der weiß Bescheid. Der hat hier auch noch was gepostet. Warte mal, um 15:04 Uhr. In dem öffentlichen Chat. Mhm. Ja. Ja.
You are now muted.
Hello.
You are now unmuted.
Yeah, I already noticed. I tried to upload, but it takes a long time, so I don't know why. Yeah. Okay, so I have to upload my presentation and then share my screen, or?
Okay. Okay, I can't
You are now
reconnect.
muted.
I have some sound issues here, so be right back. Hello. Yeah, that works.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome back. Dave Borghuis is always interested in new privacy and technology developments. These topics get thankfully more attention since Snowden and introduction of GDPR. Active pirate since 2010 and electable for the Dutch House of Representatives in 2017 and 2021. Founder of hackerspace TKKR Lab in Enschede. You can follow the activities at his Twitter at Dave Borghuis. How to define municipality Enschede in 42 easy steps. In 2017, the municipality of Enschede in the Netherlands started to use Wi-Fi tracking to keep track of their visitor numbers. Right from the start, there were questions about the privacy of the citizens, and after some discussion with the municipality pirate, Dave Borghuis, filed an enforcement request by the authority Personengewens, Dutch DPA, which resulted in a fine of 600,000 euros for municipality Enschede. They were given insight in the process that led up to the fine for the municipality of Enschede.
You are now unmuted. You are now muted.
Oh, hello everyone. Thank you for this good introduction. Let me switch to the slides, of course. I hear myself. Well, how to get the fine to the municipality in 42 steps. Yeah, I got already an introduction, so I don't gonna repeat that. The involving parties that are here involved is the Autoriteit Persoonsgegevens, in short the AP. So that is the Dutch DPA that takes care of the rules for the Netherlands. Of course, the municipality of Enschede itself, RMC or city traffic. So mostly I'm going to use city traffic, but officially that is now part of the RMC, and that is the company that provided the services to the Enschede. And of course, me as a worried citizen, and everything I gonna discuss here is from my own view, my own viewpoint. So this is not an I'm not a lawyer or something like that. So keep that in mind. A little bit of this history. I'm not going to read it all. So if you want to read it all, you can read it on my blog, and there all the steps are filed. So this is kind of the highlights of the whole history. So as mentioned before, 6 September 2017, the Enschede started with the Wi-Fi tracking. They informed the city council first, and right away there were many questions about privacy and the use of technology, and more questions. And also I was involved and got some items in the local newspaper. So you could say right from the start there was a lot of questions about privacy and other issues that may involve the Wi-Fi tracking. At first, I filed a complaint with the Enschede itself that went back and forth a few times with questions and answers. So let me try my sound. So that got back and forth a few times before I get a real answer. And in the end, the conclusion was we agreed to disagree. So the gemeente Enschede, so the municipality of Enschede still keep going with the Wi-Fi tracking. And then we had to wait until the GDPR got introduced. And that was because of, I make a mess. So and in 2017, 17 July 2018, I sent a formal complaint to the EP with some points I'm gonna discuss later on. In 13 November 2018, the EP sent a letter to all Dutch municipalities that Wi-Fi tracking was only allowed in very exceptional circumstances, and what they meant is that you have to do it only for a certain small area for a certain time. So you can think about crowd controls in busy events or something like that, but not 24/7 in the whole center of Enschede. After that, the municipality of Enschede stopped for a few weeks, and they asked the company City Traffic to improve it. And City Traffic announced that's from 1 January 2019. They changed the way they track people, and they say they encode the MAC address twice. At that moment, I didn't know what they meant. So in the report, we can see what that actually means. So then I have to wait a long moment and even kijken. In the end, on 29th of April 2021, I get a final result from the AP that Enschede get a big fine. Yeah, that was kind of good for me because in the document itself, it kind of stated all the points I already mentioned. But the municipality of Enschede doesn't agree to that. Surprise there. So they have a counter-attack and they go full in. So there will be a court case soon, in where the municipality of Enschede has to explain itself and AP has to defend themselves. So probably we have to see what's come from that. Turn out sound. So why is Wi-Fi tracking bad anyway? As government, you have to explain every rule, everything you do. And if you can't track people, you have to have a reason for that. And at first, there was something called legitimate interest. So as local government, you can do more things than under the GDPR. So in the GDPR, that reason is fallen away. So the municipality cannot follow people without any reasons. They have to explain themselves why they do that and why it is important. One of the reasons the Enschede said they had to do that is to keep track of the visitor numbers, especially if there is an event or they do some road reconstruction. They want to see what is the impact of that. Yeah, and that is something that is not in law that they should do that. So that is how they explain the law for themselves. And Wi-Fi tracking is not part of the of the task of the municipality. So yeah, they shouldn't do that in the first place. It's kind of the same thing. Yeah, and if you do that, you're gonna throw away the privacy of all citizens, and that's not good balance of you doing something and what is the impact from that. One other reason I said that someone who walks around in the city center, yeah, should be unobserved, so they should be be possible to move around without tracking. And the municipality did that, yeah, with Wi-Fi tracking. You track someone 24/7 in the town. Yeah, so that is a little bit too much. Another reason is, according to the GDPR, you have to give consent if you want to be followed or you want to be tracked. Yeah, with Wi-Fi tracking, you don't have an option for that. So the city traffic kind of tried to solve that with an opt-out on the site. But there is an upside. There's an opt-out and need an opt-in. So that is the other way around. Then it should be according to the GDPR. The city says, yeah, but we inform people with some signs in the if you walk into the town. Yeah, they hand there, but I don't think many people read it. So in the end, yeah. According to the letter of the law, you could say they informed the citizens of Enschede, but in practice, I don't know many people read it and know that this is going on. So, yeah, because of that reason, they turn away their responsibility of confirm to have consent before Wi-Fi tracking. As I mentioned before, there was a letter on 30 November, and that says it's only accepted in exceptional circumstances. Yeah, the municipality says it is proportional because we do only the inner city. I don't agree with that. If you do it only in a winkel or in store, sorry. You could say, yeah, I don't visit that store anymore. But if you do it in the whole city center, yeah, to avoid the whole city center is a little bit much, I think. And also they do it 24/7, so they don't turn it off, or it is only at specific times. So that makes it not very defined. A little bit more about the technology that is used. So this is the map of the city center of Enschede. And for the discussion, I only marked it for 25 meters. But in practice, it should, you can reach almost 100 meters, so you can almost double the circle. And this only gives an indication, because I don't know the real position, but I only know the streets where a sensor is placed. So this is kind of, yes, guesstimate where this could be. How does it all work? So if you have a mobile phone and you you have Wi-Fi on, the way Wi-Fi works is that it's gonna search for known Wi-Fi networks, even if you're not logged into a network. So if you don't have Wi-Fi turned off, it's gonna always search around for, hey, is my home network here? Is my network from work here? And if you have a sensor for that, they can hear that. And that way you can register the MAC address of a phone. So that is the way they see the MAC address coming by. Once the MAC address is detected on a sensor, what city traffic does is gonna hash it and send it to the server. And the hash is some kind of SHA-based calculation. I don't know what the exact details of that, but it doesn't matter for the discussion itself. But in the end, they have an hash of 12 positions that is present on the sensor. And the 12 positions, together with the sensor ID and some other information like daytime, is sent to the server. On the server itself, they remove the last 3 characters, and they do that since the 1st of January. The city traffic says that the 9 positions that you have left, that should be fully anonymized. But they don't explain why they go from 12 to 9 positions, and why they think why that should be fully anonymized then. To me, it just come over, they just remove something in hope that that should be sufficient. But we can later say that is not the case. And some other important thing is they use a fixed hash for everything. So city traffic is active in, I think, 30 municipalities, or maybe even more. And they all use the same hash. So if I walk around in Enschede, or if I walk around in Hengelo, another city here nearby, where city traffic is also active, both times they generate the same hash, so they can see if I walk around in Enschede or Hengelo. So that isn't a bad thing. And most of the discussion is about the MAC address, and they say, as city traffic in the municipality says, there is no relation between the MAC address and the hash. Why do I care? And they like hash works. It works one way. They have right there. But if I know the MAC address and know how they calculate the hash, I can do the same calculation over again. And that way I can check if a hash address and a MAC address match with each other. I think it's a little bit short-sighted. They say, it works only one direction and you cannot calculate, you cannot match them. That's just not true. Another point is they both generate kind of a new identifier. The MAC address is the identifier of the phone itself. And they create a hash from that. But the hash itself is still unique in the database, especially if you have 9 characters. There's not much hashing, a collision going on in the database with the other phones that gives the same hash. Every hash is kind of unique in the database, so I can follow around one person over multiple cities, or when they arrive or when they leave and stuff like that. And they call this method a city traffic method. And they try to sell it as that it should be fully privacy proof. But yeah, removing 3 positions is not enough to get enough collisions. So you can still follow persons or phones, if you want to say that like that. I will show you what the AP did to prove that you can follow persons. And yeah, just a little bit of juggling with numbers is not enough to have a full privacy proof. You should have at least someone checking that, and you have to do a little bit more than juggling numbers. So this is a story of in the report from the AP, and the AP managed to distill persons from the data. And if you have a really fully anonymized database, this shouldn't be possible. This shouldn't be possible anyway. So as soon as you can make this kind of graphics, something went wrong with the anonymization of data, because this clearly shows a person that works at a store and starts on Monday, and Tuesday he is mostly free. So yeah, you can say so many things, but the data shows something else. And this is some other example. And this probably, I guess, a night guard that walks around and checks the stores for things. And in this case, it would be very easy to get in front of one of the sensors and sit there between 4 and 5 a.m. and wait until someone walks by. And probably that is then the person that is this person then. So yeah, they say it's very hard to point someone, but if you do it this way, it is very easy, I think. So the current status, the municipality didn't agree with the fine, and they brought on some arguments. One of the arguments say, why is? Because there's so many cities that use Wi-Fi tracking. And I can only say, yes, someone should be the first. So hopefully this is a big signal to the other cities to really reconsider the Wi-Fi tracking and maybe stop it all. So far, what I heard, some cities stopped. But I don't get the impression that everyone stops, so there's still a lot of work to do. Another point, they say, we don't follow people, we only count them. Could be so, because in the end I get reports that says there's so many new visitors in town and so many visitors. But you start with the data that you can follow people around. So maybe you don't follow people, but the data is still there. And as you can see in the examples I've given, you can still distill life patterns from the data. So maybe you don't follow them, but the data is still there. Another point that the municipality made is they say there's a lot of assumptions in the report. The report itself is 58 pages, and in one page they also explain kind of the source code they used to on the sensor. I think they really get into the gritty technical details. So in my opinion, there's not many assumptions there. But we have to see in the court case what the judge gonna say about that. And I also had a conversation with the mayor of Enschede, and he said, yeah, we need this technology to have a smart city, because Enschede wants to be hip and technology involved and stuff like that. So smart city is important to them. Yeah, and from that I say, yeah, that's nice. You want to have a smart city, but you don't have to throw away the privacy of all people to have a smart city. If you have a good smart city, you keep keep the privacy of your citizens safe, not throw that away. And as I mentioned before, there's a court case soon. So as soon as if that is gone, that is happened, I can post an update. So my conclusion in the end, Enschede itself was already warned many times, at least 3 times. So they say, yeah, we would like to have to be warned first. Yeah, you have some warnings here. So another general tip is, yeah, if you want to do good privacy, it is very hard. You can also see with databases that are leaked, many cases they can just track people, individual people from database, even if it should be anonymized. So good privacy is hard to do. And yeah, then if you want to be sure that something is privacy proof, ask the experts to check that. And in this case, the company that provided all the technology says, yeah, we do everything right, and we do everything on the right way. So don't trust them. Let them prove them that the privacy is indeed good. For example, in this case, they go from 12 positions to 9 positions. Yeah, show me why is that sufficient? Shouldn't be less, or what is the reason behind it? And what I already told about smart city, yeah, you can do smart city with respect for privacy. This is kind of my presentation. And now I can turn my own sounds on, but I have a very bad echo, I think.
Thank you, Dave, for your presentation. I see a bit of connection to our first speaker, Stefanikov. I think we see here something like a digital illiteracy in some areas. For example, this City Council of Enschede. Are you agree with this? Do you think it's a perfect example of digital illiteracy, because the city was warned of you and don't see what you want to show them, and did a mistake and they shoot themselves, in my opinion. Do you agree with that? Dave, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, but I hear you twice, and I also hear myself twice. So it's very hard to understand the question.
Okay.
So if you
Yeah, we have this digital illiteracy discussion or talk in the morning, yeah, from Stefane. and he showed us some examples of digital illiteracy, and now you show us something, yeah, something like that with the City Council of Enschede don't understand what technology do and what the problems are coming up with. Do you agree with that?
Alex, can you very short type it in our chat and then I can
Yeah,
answer it? Sorry about this. Yeah, so the question is if there's an example of digital literacy. Yeah, I think so, because I turn off my sound. So the people that are active at the municipality tries to understand it, but they also listen to the experts in this case, and the experts is the company that sells the technology. And they have, yeah, they are sorry, they stakeholders of the technology itself, of course. Get a reply. I should mute myself, but if I mute, you cannot hear me. So. So the municipality tries to, but they are dependent of the experts, and experts, yeah, they have their own reasons to, yeah, lie, to paint it a little bit different than the truth will be. So. Oh, I had the stream open. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the source again. Hopefully it works now.
And what?
Yes.
And what's the next step? You did it only in Enschede, but what will you do with the other cities? What is the next step in this case? You have this law, you have this thing on the court, but what's your next step to bring some light into a very dark, yeah, environment?
Yes, I think it's very dependent on the result of the court case, and if the EP gets it right, and I go for that, all cities should be stopping with the Wi-Fi tracking, and I know city traffic is not the only one, so then is the challenge to find out in which cities are this kind of companies active. And maybe even go to European level, because the GDPR is a European law. So I would assume this court case also gives kind of influence on the European law. But I don't know how Wi-Fi tracking works in Germany or some other countries, and then maybe some other rules apply there. So.
Do you think there's a possible way to make it safe in your opinion?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Yeah, yeah. The city of Enschede want to have something like this, and do you think there is a possible way to get it and have this data protection on the right side.
I hope so that after this, Enschede will be very keen about privacy for the citizens and keep track of that because they have the ambition to build a smart city here. And always gets kind of creeps me if someone talks about that without explanation. How are they going to do that?
Thank you for that.
Okay, my pleasure. So if you want to keep track of this case, you can follow me on Twitter. I mostly tweet in Dutch, but also sometimes in English, just like for this event. And if you have any questions, just contact me, and I will try to answer them.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for your attention. We're closing for today. We will see you tomorrow.
Thank you all.